I'm happy to say it's race day at Naval Base Coronado. Brent Cruz, the 18-year-old, on the pole for the first time. To his left, Parker Retzloff. Here we go in San Diego, California.
Brent got a great launch right there. Well, hopefully he can get clear of Retzloff on the outside and get a good angle here, because this is much more of a corner inside of the car than what it looks like on your TV.
I think that might have been Austin Hill, tagged a little bit of the wall on the exit. That'll happen all day long through there. Everyone playing pretty nice down into turn 2. Just 2 by 2 right now. It's when you get 3 and 4 wide down that corner, it can get really tight.
Very disciplined by all those drivers. This is another great passing zone right here. You see the two Viking Motorsports cars side by side right there. A lot of grip on the exit of that corner as you set up for this long right-hander. Saw a lot of guys getting loose here yesterday.
Turn 4 over to turn 5. Things settle out for second. Retzloff able to get in front of his teammate Anthony Alfredo. That's Hill back there in the 4th position. And side by side for 5th, you got Quapple and Mayer going at it.
One thing that I noticed yesterday in the Truck Series race is you never really got side by side until the race started. We spent all the practice just trying to learn the racetrack and be in single file. You get in this environment right here, and the track is extremely narrow, and to go too wide through corners like this, you just didn't feel like there was enough room.
And you saw a little bit of blocking there from Sam Mayer. He moved to the inside in the braking zone of turn 6 to hold off Carson Quapple. You'll do that all day long if you don't get the best run. As Austin Hill is looking inside there, Alfredo, he thinks better of it. This gets really tight here through 8 into 9. You can get side by side, but then you've got to get single file by 10 and 11.
One thing to keep in mind as you're watching this race, we have spotters every single week in NASCAR. This track is so massive and there's so many buildings around it, 3 to 4 spotters for all these drivers, but they still can't see all the track. Areas like this right here, very vulnerable to see those guys go too wide through turn 12. Wow.
Austin Hill had a look, thinking about 3rd. Austin Green in the 87 getting around Sheldon Creed 00. That 87 has been really good all weekend long. Here's our Arby's onboard camera riding with Sammy Smith.
You know, Sammy, he was conservative and gave up a spot in doing so, just trying to be smart through there. The first time through. This section has been one of the slipperiest, but it's also high speed this whole weekend. It's been gaining grip as the rubber lays down, but it's incredibly treacherous early on.
Well, and because of this being a brand new racetrack, you've picked out your braking points, and a lot of times it'll be the braking markers or paint on the track. But when you get in traffic like this, all of a sudden, you lose focus of that. And when you see right there, the 20 start to go wide as we got a caution.
Yeah, caution is out.
That's huge for Jesse Love. Automatically gets reset here.
Yeah, well, I mean, Parker referenced the penalty. You do that pass through, you lose all the ground, but right away, as you said, Jamie, you squeeze back up. Corey Day.
What is that on the back straightaway I ran over? It looks like a manhole cover.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
They've welded all of these manhole covers down, but it sounds like he feels like he's run over something.
You can see the center punch right there. There's something potentially, is that a cover in there? You can see it sitting in there. Well, that might be the radiator there.
What a challenging weekend. Challenging weekend for a California guy. Goes out, hits the wall yesterday in practice, goes to a backup, and today, lap 1, brings out the caution and big-time damage on the front end of his Chevrolet.
We got a manhole cover sitting in our radiator.
See if we can figure out. He's already hit that because I see the smoke coming out of the car, which is most likely oil. The oil cooler getting punctured.
You know, you think last week, turn 1 at Pocono, he goes for a ride, crashes out. And I've talked about his problems here this weekend. A guy that's top 5 in points, and we know every position is big when we think about the reset. And look at that.
Oh, my goodness.
Just incredible.
So my eyes was not deceiving me. That was actually that is basically a manhole cover that has gone center punched into the radiator area of the 17. This is street courses. You know, you're on city streets that have these covers and access points for plumbing and different sewage
radiator
situations.
and oil cooler out of it. Sent it right through it. The manhole cover is sitting right in the front of the ductwork. So we'll be pushing it behind the wall.
That's just remarkable.
Yeah, and Jamie, you referenced they weld all these things down, but over 2 days of race cars running on them,
you can get knocked loose,
the
right?
cars can generate a lot of forces underneath them aerodynamically. All these race cars can, and occasionally those welds can break.
So much work went into this track, and I mean, you guys talked about it. Well, 150 of those manhole covers, but some problems there, and Corey Day is a victim. Brent Cruz leads early. NASCAR on the CW is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Get in the savings lane today. Visit progressive.com. Golden Corral. Golden Corral honors our nation's heroes. And by the Credit One Bank, NASCAR American Express card. Just an incredible scene here in Southern California. We're live at Naval Base Coronado, round 18 for the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series. An early caution, and that's been a theme so far in 2026. How about a yellow within the first 3 laps of 7 of the last 9 races? And just unbelievable.
I think one thing that's important to point out here is you know, when you race on a course like this, it's not uncommon. It happened at the F1 race last year at Vegas. I remember the same thing, and you could actually see, as we get a look right here of Corey Day coming through here, that manhole cover coming up. I'm going to say the car in front of him most likely knocked that up, and as it comes up, he comes through the splitters on the ground. Oh, you saw it actually bounced in the air right there. Wow, talk about being unlucky.
Yeah,
think of all the cars that went through there and missed it.
That was Patrick Starpoli that was going towards it. Somehow he avoided it. Man, and Corey Day, 2 weeks in a row, essentially bad starts to races.
That's like winning lottery ticket stuff. When you're that unfortunate to have that thing bouncing around on the track, to miss 3 or 4 cars, and then boom, right into the grill of your car.
Well, and the one thing, if you're Corey Day, that's not his fault. But what he'll do, because all drivers do it, is be like, if I hadn't put myself in that position yesterday, I might not have been on the track. You know what I mean? Like, you finding the way.
Yeah. How
could I have avoided it?
Yeah.
You saw it was actually bent from where that had hit. When the guy was trying to put it in there, it wouldn't lay flat. They're going to try to weld one side and then hammer that down just so that the front edge of a splitter or something doesn't catch it.
So, Kim, give us an idea of what everything that's transpired for this 17 team the last couple of days has done to put a wrench in their game plan, not only racing on the streets today here at Naval Base Coronado, but then a road course scheduled for here in California next Saturday.
Yeah, absolutely, Adam. So this schedule, 2 back-to-back West Coast races, already very demanding on race teams. Now it becomes even more challenging for the 17 team. They wrecked their primary car yesterday, so they had to pull out this backup that we're looking at now. This was also the backup car for Sonoma next week. Now, crew chief Adam Wall and a number of his mechanics actually had planned to fly back to North Carolina, spend the week in North Carolina before coming out to Sonoma. I talked to him yesterday after they rolled this backup out to prepare, and he said, our plans have completely changed now. Now he and those mechanics will stay out west instead of traveling back to North Carolina, and they are going to prepare the Sonoma backup. And he told me it's going to be whatever car is in better shape by the end of today. So meaning the car they put on track, this backup, or their primary car for this weekend. They're both kind of in miserable shape at this point. And then he also noted that if anything were to happen to this car, it was going to be a tough decision deciding which was going to be the backup. And then that domino falls into next week and could affect their Sonoma practice plan, just how hard they want Corey to go, knowing they've got less than ideal backups if he were to wreck that primary Sonoma car.
Yeah, Kim, I talked to Adam a little bit yesterday about this situation, and he's like, listen, we have another car at the shop. Obviously, they don't want to use it, but the predicament that the teams are put in this weekend is that not only do you have 2 road course races back-to-back, which is somewhat rare, but they're on the West Coast. So to get the new car fixed, it's logistically just a huge challenge for them.
And whenever we talk about the 33-race season, it is the O'Reilly Racing Series, and for all these teams, big and small, you think about the might of Hendrick Motorsports. Even they, with this type of schedule and the type of races they have to go to and having specific cars for road courses, can get caught out in a position when you start wrecking cars. It's just how detrimental it is to wrecking cars and having issues for any of these race teams, even if you're Hendrick Motorsports and how big they are.
So the repair's well underway here, trying to get that manhole cover back where it needs to be so we can continue racing. Quite a bit of work to be done here to make sure we're in a good racing condition. So in celebration of America's 250th, the CW and Safelite are honoring the stories of people across the country who embody the American spirit. Today we hear from Jesse Love about how racing and family have shaped his American story.
My dad is the reason why I race. He's the person that motivates me to get out of bed every day and chase fulfillment in something and chase, kind of mastery.
Brought to you by Safelite. Safelite Repair, Safelite Replace.
We're above the action with GovX aerial coverage. GovX savings for those who serve. I look at Coronado Island, Naval Base Coronado, 57,000 acres is the naval base here. And there's just so much to take in when you come out. You see the Carl Vinson there, the USS Carl Vinson. And we're going to highlight the USS Cincinnati here, commissioned in 2019. This is a warship that's designed to operate near the shore, carries a crew of 100. And if you want to get educated about the military, but in particular the U.S. Navy, just come here because the sites around, everywhere you go, there's a piece of history.
It's so awesome. I think these are some of the coolest looking ships around. They look like, futuristic stealth catamarans in some respects as you look at them from the shore. So cool looking. And just all of them have a specific function that, you maybe not even ever thought of. Oh, yeah, that's something we'd want to do, I guess. Yeah, you're right. So it's just such an amazing learning experience.
What do you have for us, Heather?
Well, you guys were just talking about some of the spectacular views, and look at the one I just found. Check out this view of the San Diego Bay. Everybody wants to get a glimpse of this street course, including these boats in the marina right now that are being kept at a distance by the police. But if we look at the track here, we are at the Hangar Club in Turn 8. So if we follow the street course here, you'll look over in Turn 8. You see the number 8 honoring Kyle Busch, a fitting moment right there for this corner. And then as you can see, as our cameraman continues to pan left, you have some suites, grandstands, and also a couple of hangars behind this Hangar Club. If you're a movie buff, Top Gun Maverick, some of the film in that movie was taped right here, some of those scenes that you've seen. So a lot of really cool things like you were talking about, fans up here enjoying this hospitality area. But I'm gonna go see if I can find some sailors and maybe even find myself a Maverick or Iceman, guys.
The scenes around here are incredible, and just past that corner that Heather was standing at, as we rode around in the trucks yesterday, there's just suites lined up all the way around the racetrack. I think the experience for the fans here, and you mentioned it, Parker, the amount of people, like the stands all the way around this racetrack as they funneled in since 6:30 this morning is epic.
I'm going to go on a limb and say this is possibly one of the largest, if not the largest, O'Reilly races crowds of the year. So.
Well, and it's just going to stair-step throughout the weekend, right? I thought the crowd yesterday for the Truck Series race was outstanding. Good again here today. Sell out tomorrow. That'll be the 5th consecutive sellout. Which is just, outstanding for the sport of NASCAR, and so neat to see it happening here at Naval Base Coronado. Want to rewind and update the Jesse Love situation. So we were all excited, early caution.
Yeah, seemed like
that
it
helps him. Unfortunately, you got to pay his penalty under green. And since we had not gotten back to the front straightaway for him to pull down pit road and pay his debt to NASCAR with that pre-race penalty, he's going to have to wait now and do it once we return to the green flag. Tough, in a way, a tough break for them, because that would have been a huge opportunity for them to do it early.
And this is even worse because we're running these laps under caution. It's giving him less time to work his way to the front. I mean, he needs to hope that when we go back green, he can serve it, and then another caution will come out so they can reset the field. So he's just losing time right now.
They were hoping for this caution about 20 seconds later. When it occurred for them, it could have been the perfect situation, got them caught back up the field. Unfortunately, they're still going to have to do this drive-through penalty. And if you're Jesse inside that car, you're kind of thinking about that right now. All right, now I'm losing laps. What's the situation? I walked in on him and Danny Stockman going through their pre-race plan and some of the alternate strategies that Danny wanted to employ. If, they were on offer to try and get some track position, this is taking some of those opportunities away.
It's a long day, but it's getting shorter when you're riding out back and you have that penalty still to come. We talk about being here and how great it's been. The reception, unbelievable from the sailors who have greeted all of us in the NASCAR world with open arms.
It's definitely exciting for sure. I don't think a lot of people could have also thought that we could host NASCAR on Naval Base Coronado.
Well, I'm really interested to see a race on a Navy base. I think that's a really cool thing. I'm a big engines fan. I love cars, so just watching them go by and everything, I'm really excited for that.
Oh yeah, NASCAR's definitely been the talk of the town. I got here in March and I've been hearing so many things about it since I got here. NASCAR this, NASCAR that.
I'm most happy to be on that ship over there, to go up in those bleachers. I think those are the best seat in the house, and just to be around all these people, ask questions and just see the race. I feel like it's going to be a great time for sure.
I'm beyond excited. I mean, I grew up in Virginia, and so I used to go to the Richmond Raceway with my dad, and we used to go to NASCAR races all the time, so I couldn't be more excited to come out here and see these boys race. It oozes America.
NASCAR San Diego weekend presented by Anduril, official defense partner of NASCAR. The photo ops here are pretty good.
Endless. Endless.
Heather was talking earlier about Top Gun Maverick. I mean, if you get a chance, you got to go to the I-bar, right?
Oh, yeah. And Anduril's put some really cool, some of their drones down there. It's pretty awesome, right, as you go to the pit lane. So some really cool stuff around.
You talked about the size of this place. It's so much bigger than what my perspective or what I thought it was going to be when we got here. I'm like, I couldn't believe just the enormity of this base and the island in general. It's pretty impressive.
When you're leaving, I was with the group last night who were in my car, and one said, okay, you turn right here, and said, no, we're still on the base. We've got to get out of the base first.
Got to go through the gate. So they're going to stop the field here in turn 12, and it's going to give an opportunity for NASCAR and all the safety folks to go around and double check all of the welds and make sure we're in a good spot in that regard before we proceed. Let's get a little Dean Thompson radio.
Yeah, manhole went through the grill of the 17, so that'll be exciting. Make sure, just try to dodge those if you see any flying through the air. Yeah, I'll duck. I can't remember, dip, dive, duck. What the hell was the other one? No, like dip, dive, duck, dodge, and dodge. Or dodge, dip, duck, dive, and dodge.
Well, you said it.
That's a great movie. Dodgeball.
There's only 150 of them that you got to manage, Adam. So
great wisdom, words of wisdom from Patches there. Dodgeball.
That just went right over our head.
You
we
know.
appreciate you bringing it all back, Parker.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
All right, early red flag. So we'll sit and wait, get the track where it needs to be, return to racing here in San Diego. It's a great Saturday afternoon, and we're glad you're with us here on CW.
we wanted to give a special thanks to the members of the U.S. military.
Giving a special shout out to the U.S. sailors at Navy Base Coronado.
I wanted to thank the U.S. Navy and Naval Base Coronado for hosting this race.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you for your service.
Yeah, I mean, we echo those thoughts. Appreciate everybody for hosting us. The hospitality has been amazing. Had the big top event the other night on the USS Carl Vinson, and just so cool to be a part of every aspect of this.
So we've heard they're letting Corey Day, 17, work on his car under the red flag, which you normally wouldn't do, but because it was out of his control, they're going to let them fix it. I think the big question here is, you know, we ran a few laps under caution. Are they going to give them their laps back? They should, I think, right? I mean, this is a unique situation. I went through something similar at Dover years ago where the concrete came up and destroyed my car, and they did the same thing, let us work on it while they tried to repair the track. This is a better situation if they can get this fixed, because I don't think there's as much damage to the splitter, and the splitter doesn't play as significant of a role here because of the bumps and everything that we're facing. If they can get an oil cooler and radiator in, though, he might be in not bad shape.
Yeah, if yesterday was any indication, this would be, if he finished the race with this level of damage, it would be the least damaged car.
It would be a win.
Yeah, that's right. So I expect this race today will get very much full contact. But yeah, it's a lot of question marks here, and it's, you know, always sort of working through what is the protocol with NASCAR, what will they allow you to do. This, as you mentioned, being able to work under the red would normally not be allowed, but being that this is the track coming up, it's the fair thing to do.
As they continue to work there and they work on the racetrack as well, we check in with Heather.
Well, Adam, I popped down to those hangars I was talking about where the scenes from Top Gun Maverick were filmed, and check out behind me. Check out this VIP area. These fans have been enjoying the race. As you can see, they've got the big screen, they've got food, beverages, and of course, those helicopters that you see in there. Now, they are part of the Helicopter Sea Combat Squadron 2-1. Now, the mission for them is the HSC-21 Blackjacks. They expertly employ the MH-60 Seahawk helicopters, as you see in here in the hangar, in support of the USA Navy objectives around the world. Now, they deploy ready detachments ashore and afloat to execute anti-surface warfare, special operations force support, personal recovery, search and rescue, among many other efforts during their naval operation. But what an amazing view here for these fans to cool off, get in the shade, find some comfy chairs, and enjoy some beverages. I mean, I'm a little bit jealous of these guys here, and it looks like they're having a lot of fun.
You know, I've been guilty of saying whichever track we're at is my favorite, right? I mean, but I
You're
will
a real
say,
bandwagon guy.
It doesn't matter what track that you go to, you'll never have hospitality like that. You know, that's pretty impressive.
In a hangar, that's too cool. Really, really cool.
All right, still working on the track, so we'll take a break here. By the way, Brent Cruz off to a good start in the race from the pole, and we'll have some more racing when we continue on CW. You're watching the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series on CW. Today it's the United Rentals Driven to Serve 250. Naval Base Coronado. Had that red flag, and we're still under red, but we just got a report that the welding was complete. So they'll check around the racetrack, and hopefully we'll return to the caution here pretty soon. I wanted to get to a story. We were talking about Jesse Love and the challenges that they faced earlier today, not being able to qualify. They're going to have to stop and go once we get green. But the reigning champ in the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series had a big week. Found out he's going full-time Cup racing next year, going to drive the 21 for the Wood Brothers.
It's a huge deal. He's very relaxed right here. He took the wheel off, got his gloves off, just chilling out a little bit for the start of this race. But, yeah, massive opportunity for Jesse Love. And I think some people out there want to say, oh, is this too early, even though he's an O'Reilly Series champion. Maybe he hasn't won enough in the O'Reilly Series. But what we talked about in the pre-race was, there's an economic reality to this for young drivers that, it takes a lot of support to go to the Truck Series. It takes a lot of resources and support to get to the O'Reilly Series. It takes a lot of support and resources to stay here. And when that Cup opportunity arrives, I don't care what phase you are, you almost have to take it, no matter where you are in your career, because it might not come around again. It makes the economics a lot easier for you as a young driver, and especially when it's a Wood Brothers team affiliated with Team Penske, that's an opportunity you cannot pass down. I think Jesse Love is the type of driver who works so hard, as he takes a little nap right now. That just shows you how relaxed he is and all this stuff.
Sleeping on the job.
Yeah, well, that's the best. When you're sitting in that car, it's warm, you're in your comfortable seat, some of the best naps can happen there. But I think he's the type of driver who works so hard, he will make this opportunity work. He will find, even if it's maybe, quote unquote, not ready, he will find a way to be successful with this opportunity because he wants this so bad, and he's shown the prowess that made him a champion in the series.
And you think about some of the opportunities he's had to win in defense of his title. Go back to Daytona, racing with his teammate. In the game late, didn't work out for him. Austin Hill ultimately wins there. In Phoenix, it looked like it was going to be his night. Allgaier gets him. Watkins Glen, my heart's still broken on this one. Great comeback by Zilich.
He was hard on himself on that one. He did an excellent job just to be in that position fighting for the win.
Yeah, he's still arguing about Charlotte. Such a crazy ending to that race. And was dominant at Nashville, Jamie, and then they had the lug issue, had to come down. And it was over before it got started at Pocono, crashing into a spinning Corey Day lap 1.
Yeah, then we talked about had the issue in tech going through today. They're going to have to do this drive-through penalty. But I would say to get back to him taking over the 21 car next year, you said it, Parker. It's not like it's just a car in the Cup Series. And there's a difference. There's some elite-level cars. And the Wood Brothers is an elite-level team. You mentioned their affiliation with Team Penske. And I would say the only reservation you have if you're Jesse Love is just once Blaney got out of that car, it seems like the guys that have been in it haven't been able to capitalize on it and haven't been able to perform at the same level as the guys at Team Penske. But my gut says this guy right here is going to be able to, and hopefully his timing is right, because one of the most important things in any career is timing and getting somewhere at the right place. And Team Penske was on top for a long time, and right now not all those cars are performing at the level that Roger would expect for them to. But one thing about racing, if you don't like it, just hang on, because it changes quick. And
it's like the weather.
Yeah, and teams figure things out. And obviously right now Gibbs is on top of their game. Spire's doing well, but Team Penske will get back on top eventually.
Well, and the opportunity to surround yourself with great people, and you go to Team Penske. Austin Cindric has won an O'Reilly championship, just like Jesse has. You think about what Blaney has done, certainly Joey Logano, and we look here, they continue to work around the racetrack.
Well, and they're going around and checking all these covers, and as the cars have run across these, we could see that cover that went through Corey Day's radiator had been welded. You could see the weld on the outside of the steel cover, and they've went around and they're checking these, and you got to think that this is just not far past that they found another one that looks loose. So good for them to go around and make sure all these are good.
And if you're new to street course racing, as long as race cars have been racing on street courses, there's been things like this that happen. You mentioned Las Vegas, Formula One just a couple years ago, but I can think for the last 20 years of watching different street courses and different races, all the different things that pop up, because at the end of the day, these are just streets that normal cars run on, even though this is a naval base. you know, they're streets for just normal pedestrians, and they have all sorts of different things that you wouldn't have on a racetrack. And you try to account for all those variables and weld every single thing perfectly, but race cars have tremendous forces that are either aerodynamic or obviously physical forces against the ground that, you know, can unsettle things on these surfaces that you would never imagine.
What's going on, Dylan?
Well, Adam, you know, red flags make me hungry, so I wandered down here to the Arby's pit box and found Meaty down here, who has been roaming the grounds delivering cheesesteaks all weekend, and I think he's here to refuel on some Arby's sauce and some horsey sauce there in the background. So it's been cool to see him roaming around. Kim and I spent a little time with Meaty yesterday in the garage area, and as we said, he's been on patrol all weekend. You see the design kind of on the side of him. It's kind of modeled after that Sammy Smith scheme that we told you about a little bit earlier. So great to have Arby's again, you know, here supporting everything to do with the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series, and great to have the O'Reilly, or rather the Arby's pit box here on pit road, along with Meaty checking things out down here, Kim.
Well, Dylan, there are connections to the military all across NASCAR, including crew chief for the 41 car of Sam Mayer, Jason Trincheri. His nephew, Doug, actually is in the Navy, stationed here in San Diego, has been here 10 years. He's a boatswain mate petty officer, first class, and he had a special surprise for Jason this weekend. Tell us what he gave you when you got here.
Yeah, I got to meet him for dinner the other night, and he gave me a challenge coin. And you look back into the history of the challenge coin that they give each other, and this place is a challenge this weekend. So it was pretty awesome, and we're up for the challenge.
And you're looking at that challenge coin right there. It kind of had a little bit of a Talladega Nights flair to it. Do you think it's good luck?
Yeah, I think so. We've had some good speed today. This Audubon Chevy's been pretty good, so we'll see if we can keep up there.
And I know he gave you a couple challenge coins, and the tradition is to continue to give them. So do you think people are going to be knocking on your door to try and get one of those?
If we win, maybe.
Maybe. All right, let's talk quickly about competition. We saw one of those grates or manhole covers come up. They're doing a good job of covering the track, trying to make sure everything's welded. Does that make you nervous, though? Just that and the track surface in general, what we're going to see?
I mean, a little bit. I was kind of surprised, to be honest, since they had a whole truck race. You had all the cup practice, our qualifying and everything. So honestly, I was a little surprised that it did come up. But it sounds like they were checking around some other areas, too, just to make sure. So hopefully, you know, nobody has any bad luck again.
All right. Thanks, Jason.
Thank you.
Guys, I might just hang out at the 41 box and butter up to Jason, because that challenge coin is nothing like I've ever seen. I've gotten a number over the years meeting different military personnel. All of them are around and very official, and while they are genuinely cool, I think that is absolutely the neatest challenge coin I've ever seen.
Yeah, it was unique, and I love that tradition. And anytime you come in contact with someone in our military and they share that with you, it's a special moment, no doubt. And here he is, repairs made, Corey Day rolling back out.
Yep, he's going to be able to get back out. We're told that he will be credited with just completing one lap, so he'll be 4 laps down. I don't completely agree with that. I think if you're going to let him fix it, that I don't know what Sam Mayer's got going on. But I wish that they would have given him all those laps back and let him get, you know, back in that position.
He's playing with somebody. I don't know who's on the other side.
You can play with him, partner.
Yeah, here.
Yeah, as we go to break.
Scissors, buddy, I got you.
Back to San Diego in a moment. Good news here at Naval Base Coronado. Cars are rolling again. Red flag has been lifted. And pit road is going to be open this time. So we'll see if anybody, comes down here and takes advantage of this opportunity and what this could do to impact strategy later in the race. I wouldn't anticipate, and we see the front runners here driving by the pit lane, but maybe someone on back comes down to get out of balance. Check out team radio, Anthony Alfredo in the 96.
Provide any different strategy, Josh, or have we not run enough laps under yellow? We really haven't run enough laps. Now, I'll say with these caution laps, it opens up making this a two-stop race. Like, you'll run stage 1 out, get to your window, and then pit. And then you'll pit again when you get to your window in stage 3. What you're sacrificing there is stage 2 points. Pit at the end of stage 1, put our tires on. If we get enough cautions, we can make it a two-stop race and get stage points in stage 2. Copy. Just tell me when you want me to come to you.
This is the hardest race to call strategy-wise because of so many unknowns that come with this. As a driver, I think I would just let the crew chief do that. Dylan?
Yeah, and so as we see the 7 of all guy here, they're going to come down and top off fuel. They're also going to make 2 rear shock changes just because Justin was so unhappy with the balance of the race car. So the one thing to keep in mind, too, is just the tire strategy. Nobody really knows how badly exactly these tires are going to wear over the course of a full run. So that's going to impact some things on strategy, too, Kim.
And the stars are out for race San Diego, including Alshon Jeffries, former wide receiver in the NFL, won a Super Bowl with the Philadelphia Eagles. Let's see that ring. Also former Gamecock, so he's got some Carolina roots. You've been to NASCAR races before, but you told me never this close. What's been the biggest surprise or your experience so far?
I would say just being up close to the car and just seeing all the stuff that the driver has, the equipment and all that. I feel like that was pretty dope. I think it was pretty cool.
You've been hanging out with the pit crew. A lot of pit crew members are former professional athletes. Do you think you have what it takes to go over the wall if you had to?
With enough practice and consistency, I think I could do it. So, hey, who knows, Coming soon, maybe, so we'll see.
Thanks for the time.
Thank you. Fly.
I'll tell you the Super Bowl ring is impressive.
That makes a statement right there. Interesting change on the 7. They said they're doing the rear shocks. You got to think that was something they discussed maybe
the whole
yesterday.
shock.
Yeah, I could. Can't imagine he got that good of a feel for that.
Look at this. Corey Day goes back out.
Oh my goodness.
Oh man.
Oof.
Yikes.
Oh. So that. Wow. Good reaction
It's
by
right there at turn 3.
the safety truck. That's the fear ever going, opposite of traffic. Remember, 3.4 mile course. He's way behind where the field's located, so he's going to try and catch up.
I tell you this.
I mean, if you're Corey Day,
I'm not hanging out with him tonight.
I mean,
Let me know if there's any more safety trucks driving backwards on the track.
Amen.
And a lot of, the other thing about a street course, think how low he is, the walls and the fencing, he can't see around any of these corners. There's majority of the corners are blind for us, when you get to the corner, being able to see around it. So that was just a bad circumstance.
in the last 3 races, Day has lost 110 points to Allgaier. It's just been a tough ride for them. But here's what I'll say. Rookie driver, not officially running for Rookie of the Year because of the starts he had last year, but he's a first-year guy full-time, running for the title, as you see Adam Wall, the crew chief here, still top 5 in points, 4th. So after the reset, he's very much going to be in the game. Now you just got to manage confidence, right? Because you know there's going to be bumps in the road. He's had some. You got to persevere, and they put themselves in front of it given the fact that they are top 5 in points.
Well, this is not his doing, and it'll be a story in 20 years. He'll be like, you're never going to believe
That's
what
right.
happened to me in a race.
No way.
Yeah, no chance.
We just heard from NASCAR. They are going to give him all of his laps back.
I think it's a great call. That's what I was saying as we were watching Sam Mayer play rock, paper, scissors a little bit ago. That wasn't his fault. We had a red flag. They let him work on the car. It was, not of his doings. I think that's a great call by NASCAR. I think it's the fair. I mean, his car is still torn up, but it's the most fair decision that they could make.
If you polled all the competitors in this race,
they would all agree.
They would all said absolutely the same thing. That's not, if it happened to anyone else, you would have wanted the same treatment. The track came apart. Nothing you can do there. Absolutely the right call by NASCAR.
Not going to go green this time, so we'll take a break. When we do go green, there'll be less than 10 laps to go, stage 1. Brent Cruz, your leader. Hey, you know, earlier Heather did the report talking about the presence of Top Gun Maverick. So the I-bar makes an appearance. Now, it was fictitious in the movie, right? It was the hard deck in Top Gun Maverick. But this is the actual I-bar here on base at Naval Base Coronado. It is absolutely one of the coolest things. And if you go in there and you put your phone on the counter, you got to buy a round for everybody, and they hand out these tokens, right? So it's really neat. And you see all the mugs hanging up from all the sailors that come in. You get your mug, and yeah, it's really neat.
Man, all you have to do is put your phone. Whenever Jay McMurray walks in a bar, the whole rounds are on him.
He just puts his wallet down.
Yeah, wallet down. His credit card goes straight to the front.
I actually had a good friend that went to the I-bar a while back and brought me a coin.
Oh,
yeah,
that's great.
Yeah, it was a great guy.
Yeah, one of the tokens.
A token, that's correct.
You could use that for like a ball mark when you're golfing or something.
That's a great idea. That's a good plan. I should do that.
So look at this. We were curious how all this was going to work because we heard from NASCAR. Corey Day is going to get all of his laps back because the issue with the car and all of that was not of his making. So we understand. I was curious, how are you going to execute this? Because you're 4 laps down, and if you just say he's back on the lead lap, now he's got an advantage in regard to fuel. NASCAR said you're going to get back on the lead lap, but you got to pass the field 4 times to get there. So now we just kind of wait for that to be executed.
And technically, he's burning more fuel than they did.
Right,
we
right.
ran all those under caution. It's normally 2 for 1. So what I mean by that is when you run under caution, you can go twice as many laps as you can under green. It's kind of a general rule of thumb that the teams will use when they figure fuel mileage.
And I believe NASCAR has slowed down this pace car as well. As I look at the pace that the field is going right here. So they're trying to speed this up the best they can. For these drivers riding behind the pace car, this feels like an eternity, I can tell you.
What's going on, Heather?
Well, straight from the I-bar to the suites here in Turn 9, I found the Top Guns, Iceman and Maverick, here enjoying the race. So, Iceman, what do you think about NASCAR racing here on your naval base?
You know, definitely the best of the best are out here, and I think Maverick and I are trying to figure out who's the best driver today.
Well, there's a long battle between you guys and a debate on who is a better fighter pilot. So, Maverick, have we settled that? Is it you or Iceman?
What? I can't hear you. Well, you know, we're still trying to figure that out. But right now, we're trying to figure out who's the best driver, not the best pilot.
All right, well, I'm feeling the need for speed, so can I be your wingman?
You can be my wingman anytime.
All right, sounds good. Well, I'm going to go get up in a jet with these guys. I don't know, who would you take, Iceman or Maverick? I think either one's really great.
I don't think I'm going to weigh out on this, Heather. I'm not going to get involved.
Cool, Iceman.
That was
awesome.
great.
Wow.
That was the highlight
really
of the
looked like
day.
Tom Cruise.
He did, yeah.
When you put the flight uniform on, your cool
And the
factor
aviators.
just
Yeah.
elevates, doesn't it?
Oh, and to make this even worse, Parker, you talked about these guys having to go so slow. They're all having to clutch it and
Save
shut
fuel.
the engine off to save fuel.
Yep.
And that's exhausting inside the car. Your left leg, the clutch pedal's super heavy. You hold it in, shut the engine off. You'll coast. About the time you get stopped, you'll flip the ignition on, pop the clutch, start the engine. It's a brutal process, but it's part of the process.
People think cautions are sort of like a rest, but at road courses where fuel
terrible,
strategy is the thing,
yes.
it's even more physical and just mentally taxing, doing exactly what you said, constantly saving fuel, and you're clutching, and then you're holding it for a while, and timing as you roll to the car in front of you, and your focus kind of drifts away, and suddenly you catch a car in a weird spot, and you almost get together. It's just a really tough process, and it feels like it's lasting forever when you have this many laps at a 3.4-mile course.
So give me a sense, guys, from a driver's perspective. There's so much hype around this race. So you come here, you're amped up, you're ready to go. The crowd is juiced. You do the driver intros, you get in the car, you go out, you get started. And you don't even complete a lap. We're under caution, right? That happens. But what we've seen since then, a little bit unprecedented in the way this is playing out. How, as a driver, does that impact you? How do you reset and get ready to move forward?
I think it's good for us watching because as a driver, you mentally are like, okay, it's a long race. I'm going to let this play out. We saw how we even said at Parker at the beginning, all really disciplined getting into turn 2. After you sat here for 15 or 20 minutes and you've cut half the stage out, I think the adrenaline level goes up, the want to get to the front quicker goes up. I would say once we get back green, it'll be a little bit different race.
And the most dangerous part is the confidence goes up. You feel really in tune with that race car right now, and the brake marker down into turn 2 looks really inviting. The latest one you think there's possible there as we see Corey Day once again go by the field.
Well, and you got to think Corey's a little gun shy as he goes around here based on the fact that truck was going the wrong direction. But you see, I think he's only 1 lap down now, so I have to think the next time these guys get over to the choose, they'll do their choose, and we'll be going green here soon.
Yeah, the hope right now from NASCAR, one more time around, then we'll be able to go green. Hopefully we can execute that. There's the bridge coming over to Coronado Island from downtown San Diego. Petco Park off in the distance, a great spot, home to the Padres. Great crowd on hand. Talking earlier about how good things were yesterday for the Truck Series. Sold out today, sold out tomorrow here at Naval Base Coronado. And for so many fans here this weekend, this is a new experience. But I will tell you, hanging out on Coronado Island, you see a lot of diehards that said, I'm going to be a part of that. People that are as knowledgeable a NASCAR fan as you'll find anywhere, that have centered their vacation around coming out here to San Diego and taking in this historic event. Let's hear from Justin Allgaier. Here's some 7 Radio.
We've seen a lot of bizarre stuff in our time. This is one of them. Yep. Just talking about Todd Zegedy qualifying at Chicago when the orange blew off the stand. Yep, I remember that one too, Tropicana. Yeah.
That's a famous, iconic moment.
We're going back there in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, in Chicagoland, the ginormous Tropicana orange that rolled across the track during qualifying in the O'Reilly Series many, many years ago. What was that, 2003?
3 or 4, yeah. It's been a while. So these guys are all slowing down right here. This is the exit of turn 7 on the straightaway that you see Allgaier, these guys approaching right there. That is the choose. Everybody slows down. You kind of gap yourself back just a little bit so you can let your spotter count. Corey Day is still trying to catch up to the field, but he's going to get there before they get back to the start-finish line. You know, Parker, we were talking about Corey a second ago and crashed on lap 5 of practice. Did a little bit of qualifying, so total today, 7 laps on this racetrack. He's still trying to learn it.
Well, I think he's actually going to be at a deficit here because yesterday in the truck race I actually experienced this. I was exiting pit lane when the field was choosing. I never got back around when they restarted. So,
but I think they're running a little slower for him.
That's what they are
right?
doing.
Like they're probably trying to back them down a little more maybe than what you saw yesterday.
Field's coming through turn 12 here. You saw Corey Day making those laps. When we restart, we're going to have 6 laps to go in the stage. Let's get a report, William Sawalich, Kim.
Yeah, running in the 9th position, but a problem with the starter on that race car, and it's actually been affecting how he's been able to fuel save. Take a listen to the radio. Well, essentially, he cannot shut the car off while all the other cars in the field have been able to do that as they've fuel saved. So, Parker, how big of a deal is that?
Well, it's maybe a little bit just hesitation in wanting to shut it off, because normally when you shut it off, Kim, you basically, you turn the ignition off, you coast, and then you leave the car in gear, have the clutch in, you put the ignition back on and release the clutch, and it refires the engine.
You don't need the starter.
You don't need the starter. So it might just be he's worried with how slow they were going if he didn't get it
what if it
rolling.
doesn't start?
If it doesn't bump start, that could be a big issue.
All right, we're going to go green again here. It's been such a bizarre start to this race.
Oh, it's just the beginning, Adam.
And I was going to say,
you just
we
wait.
really haven't even started yet.
We haven't seen anything yet.
Yeah. That coming from 2 guys that had a front row seat
with us for a while.
Hang on.
All right, we'll redo the restart here, but this time we'll come through the Poet restart zone and wind down toward the end of stage 1. Control car 19, Brent Cruz, who's led laps in every one of his road course starts, next to Parker Retzlaff.
Saw a little bit of wheel spin right there from the 99er Retzlaff on the inside.
A way better start from it than the initial start for him. So he learned from it. He's going to stay to the outside there, Brent Cruz.
Oh, now it's going to be a race down into the corner here.
Gosh, that jump coming down to turn 2 is incredible.
So rough.
3 wide doesn't work. Look out.
Yeah, Austin Hill had his nose down there, but thought better of it. That's because it gets super tight down the apex.
Got me the undulation right, some of the dips, it's crazy. Turn 2, turn 3, up to turn 4.
Yeah, those guys you see still running side by side. Austin Hill, Alfredo gets a little bit loose right there, trying to put the, and Austin Hill's almost into the outside wall.
I mean, you can run out of room there coming off of 4 pretty quickly. Well, now they run over to turn 5.
Yeah, there's so many switchbacks here. If you're on the, big push right there. Hit those bumps. You see Austin Green.
Got into Sheldon Creed right there in turn 5. Now Sheldon's not going to like that.
Nope, they're going to be side by side right here with Sammy Smith down into heavy braking zone. I think Austin Green's going to be on the preferred side, though. Still side by side, that battle with Green, Sammy Smith.
And Austin Hill got by. That was Alfredo right there into turn 6. He was so good on the brakes in qualifying. And once again, Austin Hill looks really good on the brakes.
Riding with Sammy Smith here.
See a little contact right there Saw him hit a bump. Green, such a tight corner there exiting.
And if you overspeed it, it's like you start hitting those bumps, the front end starts bouncing you like you saw there, and it just takes off up the track.
They are still side by side. It's been 3/4 of a lap. Both Sammy Smith and Austin Green have run side by side. Finally, they get it sorted out.
You come into turn 12, 12B, you better figure it out because things really get tight through this section.
And Creed is right behind
I saw
Austin
that.
Green. Now I'm like, you gotta know it wasn't intentional. I was like, hang on.
Might be a little bit of physical response.
This section of the track, so hairy on that different surface. We talk about 3 different surfaces here at this track. That is the slickest of all 3.
With a level of concentration, because not only do you have to understand the track and the turns and all of that, kind of seeing around the next corner, but as you said, all of the changes that you go through from a surface perspective.
You cannot let your guard down. There is just no riding here. If you let your guard down, this track 100% will bite you, and the consequences are huge.
And one of the things I keep seeing is dust, plumes behind the race cars. Yesterday, we experienced in the truck race, this place is incredibly dusty. I don't know if it's just because obviously we're on the ocean here, sand, whatever ends up on these streets. But you basically, in the race car, just see all this dust flying around you in the braking zones, and you can see it physically behind the race cars as Jesse Love is serving his pass-through penalty right now, which they had to do under green.
Oh, and you see Creed get back to the inside of Austin Green right here on the exit of the corner, just 1 lap after they had that contact. Got to think Austin's going to have to race a little differently around him, knowing he got into him the last lap in this exact same corner, but they're able to get through there clean.
I was talking to Sheldon Creed today, and this morning he just told me how important this race is to him, what it means to him, because it's a home game.
Oh,
I would imagine he'd get to race here, and he's making the most of it. Going after Green for position. That's 8th on track.
That was a late dive there, but he really did have the ability to get below Austin Green into turn 6, but ends up on the outside of turn 7, and then you end up on the outside into turn 8.
Palacasino onboard camera riding with Sam Mayer, who's 4th in line, trying to catch Parker Retzloff.
Watch these guys get on the brakes here to this turn 12. This tire barrier on the outside will be a factor at some point in this race. Saw a lot of guys get into it yesterday. Leads right here to the slowest corner, heading up to where we just talked about that extremely slick surface. If you watch the track right here, it changes color. A little different right here, and then this section right here is where they repaved. You go from pretty good grip to this is just almost like ice as you're trying to go through here, and it's such a fast section.
And you can see a little bit of rubber laying down. It felt like in the truck race it started to gain grip as the rubber went down, but it's still the most slippery surface on the racetrack. So you have to adjust from this high grip new asphalt to eventually being on that slippery surface back there through that chicane.
And as they run through the final turn right here, your whole goal is to try to get as close to that car in front of you as you can as we enter turn 1, because as you watch, they're gonna peel off, and it goes to the best braking zone on the track.
And you saw there in the final corner that Parker Retzloff's car is hiked over on the right rear, left front's in the air. Looks like a SUV going over some of these big bumps on this place. It's such a wild track.
Oh, Cruz. A little debris on the front, and that is a
Got
huge
a big piece of paper on the grill.
And if you
Watch
look,
your temps.
it is covering the open area, so that grill has a bunch of holes and it's perforated. And they got a little tape on the right side as you see this, and that allows the teams to pull off. That will, there's no doubt he won't be able to run.
Copy. I'll tell him over here, guys. I'll tell him over here.
He will not be able to run, but a lap before that is going to get extremely hot.
I mean, 4 laps to go on the stage.
Yeah.
He's built up an advantage of 2 seconds, and now this.
He's gonna have to
Brett Cruz.
He's gonna have to give it up, get behind Austin Hill, which changes the pressure on the front of the race car and get that off, because there's no doubt that is gonna eventually cause this engine to start overheating.
You know, the other thought, you can play the game of flipping stages here. So maybe you employ that strategy, right? And you just come down, you make a pit stop, which in a way is scheduled. You get the debris off, and you kind of stay in cycle with what, I'm not saying that's what they wanted to do, but it's certainly something that could work here.
I can't believe he's still out front, though. As much of that grill is covered up, and these engines are already on the upper end of what they can run. You want to manage that, maximize the temp as much as you can. I'm shocked that he's still able to stay in front of these guys.
You know, the other thing I'd say, though, you start on the pole, you come in on the chase bubble, you know, you may or may not have wanted to run it long to get stage points.
This time, we'll pit.
But you're not going to get any now if you come down here and pit as they just said he will. So either way, I mean, not a great situation, but hopefully it doesn't overheat anything, doesn't damage anything on the race car, and they can flip the stage and live to fight another day. Through the chicane, once he exits the chicane, he'll come down pit road. There he is.
And pit road speed starts around here. The tough pit road, you see a lock up right there. That yellow line is where pit road speed will start. Brent Cruz will then maximize his lights. See, he's one of the few that has come in, decided to flip the stage here.
Austin Hill takes over the race lead. Dylan?
Yeah, and it's interesting that, you know, obviously this is not maybe exactly how they wanted to do things given the early yellow, but I spoke to Seth Chofka yesterday, and he said that we're going for the win this weekend. He said last week was a mess trying to maximize points, so I think they had planned to flip the stage anyways, but you see the steam coming off out of the hood of that race car, so had to call a little bit of an audible here, but not a deal breaker or day over thing for the 19 by any means, Kim.
Well, Dylan, Corey Day, and they were so far back in the pack that they're trying to flip the stage, try and get track position. They will take 4 fresh Goodyear tires. Corey saying these tires are absolutely shot, so expect him, after they finish changing tires, to leave on the jack.
Well, this is a big opportunity for Corey Day, right, to flip the stage.
It's huge because not many people came in to flip the stage, so they should, cycle through and get some great track position at the end of this.
Good battle now for second as Hill takes over the race lead with Brent Cruz pitting. Retzloff is in the runner-up spot. Mayer right there with him, though. Alfredo not too far back, and Quapple rides in 5th.
It's so good to see the Viking Motorsports cars be able to stay up here the whole run. Talked to some guys in the garage earlier, and they talked about yesterday, you know, those cars being really good also on the long run. Not surprised to see them qualify well because they had really good race pace as well.
2 weeks in a row. I mean, they were very impressive at Pocono last week.
I spoke to Josh Graham, and he said it's just great to finally see this all coming together as we just got word that Corey Day sped on pit road.
Too fast exiting. Wow.
I'm with you. I don't think any. I don't want to be hanging out with him later today.
No. Brent Cruz having to work through some cars here that he's caught, and the advantage when you put tires on here, the drive off the corners, it's like a totally different car. Huge difference here.
91 Jesse Awuji. Want to give a shout out there. Great connection to the United States Navy. Played football at the Naval Academy. Serves, and just a great one, and neat to see him in the race today.
And Brent's gonna not push his car right here. Like he's just, I'm actually surprised that he's able to, he's wanting to pass those guys. Just not wanting to use up any more tire because he'll be at a little bit of a disadvantage. We didn't have that many people flip the stage, so it'd be interesting to see like how he manages this next stage with the other guys having a little fresher tires.
Well, and with Austin Hill coming by with 2 laps to go, pit road is now closed, so you can't pit now and flip the stage. That opportunity has come and gone. And I'm going to be curious to see how many guys pit at the end of the stage versus, you know, staying out and running it into stage 2.
We did so many caution laps. That's what I've had. I've been thinking here as well, and I think a lot of teams are thinking the same thing with how many caution laps we ran in that first stage. It opened up the playbook massively for these teams.
And the playbook was already wide. but that, you know, changed a lot. Not suggesting that we won't see a bunch of them, but some games could be played.
Yeah, the one thing that we are seeing is that there's no one really just driving away from the field. These cars are all very close. And the one thing about this track is you can push the limit and find speed, but the consequences if you do that, especially early in the race, are massive. Like you get into one of these walls in the high braking zone, your day will be done.
1-800-PACK-RAT onboard camera. Looking back at the battle for second, Austin Hill, a 1.9 second advantage out front.
And just like we saw
12 and 12B.
Yeah, just as we saw in qualifying earlier today, what we've noticed about this car, Austin Hill in the 21, is you watch his hands, and having driven this yesterday, one of the most remarkable things is how settled his hands are under braking in this race car. Just real positive turn-ins, gets great rotation, good drive off. I thought his car looked really good in qualifying, and it's showing up here in the race as well. Brent was fast, but I have to think that this 21 in the speed category could be really competitive against Brett Cruz.
I got to tell you, though, he's running the Cup car, obviously, in the 33 for Richard Childress Racing. He's been really fast there, too. I mean, outstanding in both practice and qualifying. And when you think about his history, I mean, he's really good road and street competition. He's never gotten the payoff. In fact, you know, road course is the only style of track he hasn't won on in the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series, but he's really, really good at it. And he's now got less than a lap to go to win stage 1.
16 top 5s on road courses for Austin Hill. That's a remarkable amount. Basically, every race he's done, he's basically in the top 5.
And I think he gets overshadowed because when we go to the road courses, we focus on like a Zillage or an SVG because of how good they are at those places. But he's just in the next category of those guys. You don't really think of him as a road racer, but he always seems to get a good finish.
It's probably not fair to say that he hasn't won one. You have to say who he's lost to.
Yeah.
Because he's finished second, third, fourth to some guys that are just flat out legit. As Jamie said, we typically get some really good ones racing over here on Saturday when it comes to road and street competition.
Well, and Austin must have had a bad little first sector right there because those guys behind have kind of closed in here a little bit on this final lap.
Could be managing it on the final lap too, taking care of a little bit of rear tires. Adam alluded to possibly going through this stage, knowing you just have to take care of it a little bit. You know, I tend to think at races like this, there's a lot of reward on offer, especially if you're controlling in the lead, to take care of the car just a little bit mechanically, taking care of it, taking care of the tires, just with how abusive this racetrack is. You know, I think today we could see some mechanical failures just from the abuse these cars are taking around this track.
Hey, I also want to pay off. Ryan Sieg had made a pit stop. He was penalized over the wall too soon. So he too had to pay his debt, just like Corey Day. Ryan celebrating his 39th birthday today, so hate that he had the issue there. Turns 13, 14, and 15 for the final time in stage 1. Make the run down to the chicane. Left and back to the right for Austin Hill. And he'll come to turn 16 and then make the left-hander to the start-finish line and see the green and white checkered flag. 5th stage win of the year for Austin Hill. His first stage victory since Martinsville. Good stage points for Retzloff, Mayer, Alfredo, and Quapple. Sammy Smith, Sheldon Creed, Austin Green, Taylor Gray, William Sawalich get points. Now what happens with strategy? Find out next on CW. NASCAR on the CW is brought to you by United Rentals, official rental equipment partner of NASCAR and NASCAR Impact Partner. SafeLight, it's your windshield. Get it fixed any way you want at safelight.com. And by O'Reilly Auto Parts, your professional parts people. Back live, Southern California, Naval Base Coronado with Jamie McMurray, Parker Kligerman. I'm Adam Alexander. You're watching the United Rentals Driven to Serve 250 on CW. Round 18 for the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series. Pit road going to open here, and now you're like, who's going to pit, who's not? A couple of guys flip the stage. What do they say in 21 camp about maybe coming down pitting here after winning the stage?
They're pretty wore out, the rear lateral stuff is, but I mean, I think our car is really good still.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we need to stay here. We can run. It'll put us in a window here later.
Yeah, it's totally up to y'all. I'm just driving the car, but
I'd want to pit, I'll tell you right now.
Well, you want the tires, but
Yeah.
I think that they're trying to connect basically through the stops here and the strategy. And with all the caution laps we had, as we alluded to, this allows them to basically get to where they could possibly flip stage 2, have the track position on the other side. It opens up the playbook a little bit. What he's talking about there, the rear laterals, just you're losing rear grip. That's historically what happens in these O'Reilly Series cars on road course. This place has been really abrasive, the rear tires, so it's something they're trying to figure out. Can you stay up front if you do this?
But if 20 cars had flipped that, then I would say it would be different. But we just didn't have that many. I think you got to put tires on here and race on the offense. This isn't a track to be defensive at. You're setting yourself up to be very vulnerable right here.
Well, here's the interesting thing. I mean, you know, if you're going to flip stage 2,
oof,
then you're
telling you. Well, it's a little split.
Mixed bag, right, as to how you manage it. First of those coming down, second in stage 1, Parker Retzloff. Let's go to Progressive Pit Road. Kim?
And Anthony Alfredo in the 96, great speed today, just struggling with a little bit of rear grip. Interesting, though, I talked to crew chief Joshua Graham before the race, and he felt like he could pit at the end of stage 1, and then if they got enough cautions, actually still make it a 2-stop race. We'll have to see how it plays out. Dylan?
Sam Mayer just said he was 2 numbers loose everywhere in the 41 car. Parker Retzloff pitted from second, said he needs rear drive through the slower corners. Otherwise, he feels really good. They'll make a chassis adjustment, change 4 tires, and add fuel.
So some drivers flip the stage. Some drivers pit at the end of the stage. Some are yet to pit at all, including the man out front, Austin Hill. Will reset the running order and fire things up for stage 2 when we return. Test your luck and make your power play by heading to your local lottery retailer to get in the game for tonight's estimated Powerball jackpot of $302 million. You know, we talk so much about Coronado Island, and just outside the base, the community here is beautiful. I mean, it's like the scene out of a movie. In fact, Hotel Del Coronado saw Some Like It Hot filmed there a number of years ago. And that place is really, really cool. I mean,
1888.
It's second largest wooden built structure in America.
And how did you know that?
It says a placard out front. I'm staying there.
That's impressive.
Yeah.
How about McMurray just dropping facts?
Yeah, wow. This was a bit of a mess of a stop here for the 96 Anthony Alfredo. They had trouble on the right. Oh,
both
man.
sides were just not good at all.
They had trouble on the left side, and then on the right side here, obviously didn't get the rear tire on. This was a bit of a mess. I talked to Josh Graham, who's the crew chief of this car, about the pit crew earlier today. He said they've been crushing it lately. This was not a great first stop for them.
Well, they were 5th in stage 1. Yeah, they were going to lose some track position with those cars that stayed out. By the way, 13 cars stayed out. Austin Hill's obviously the race leader. Brent Cruz, who had flipped the stage, will restart 10th. He pitted at lap 12. First guy on tires, restarting 14th or 14th prior to the choose, Sam Mayer.
Well, we're all going to get a little education here, see how much tires are worth today. Those guys are aggressive in the front. I saw Austin Green all over the back. Quapple on the outside.
Well, they just screamed through that Poet restart zone. Austin Hill, the control car is away. Sammy Smith getting a spot from row 2. Maybe not. Quapple back to the inside.
Yeah, Quapple fought back there in the brake zone. They're going to go side by side. Quapple will have a little better drive off. That newer pavement on the inside, and then it becomes a duel in the brake zone down into 3.
Everybody trying to get it sorted out. Too wide through here, multiple lanes back.
Oh, Jesse Love
contact
got
right
Blaine
there.
Perkins right there.
We've seen a couple of times today, 3 wide, and I did not know that was possible at most parts of this racetrack.
Just wait for late race restarts down into 2.
Yeah,
there'll be more of it.
Side by side for second. Teammates continue to go at it there. Sammy Smith, Carson Quapple right behind them. Austin Green, they're sorting it out from 5 to 6.
When Sammy Smith was thinking about firing back on Carson, thought better of it in that heavy braking zone into turn 6.
Harrison Burton right behind them, yet to make a pit stop inside the top 5. Jeb Burton there as well.
Brent Cruz already passed a couple of cars here as he restarted 10th.
He's up
by
to 7th.
Raja.
Yep. Brandon Jones in the 20.
In the middle of all this, you can't get any damage here. You see he's trying to hustle, get through. Pardis locks up that right front.
And this is the dangerous part of this strategy, right, where you end up back in the field. You're on newer tires, but where do you even go with it when they're 2x2 in front of you? Through these tight sections of the racetrack, you can't. You're losing ground to the leaders who are getting away, and you're just trying to take care of your race car and not get it all beat up and dented as you try to work through traffic. It's such a difficult thing to do in these tight street courses.
Yeah, and the acceleration out of right here, out of turn 12C, that's where the big advantage of these tires is going to be. You can just put so much more power down, so much easier to pass in those sections, just getting good acceleration out of the corner.
And this was what some of the crew chiefs talked to me about earlier today, and some of the drivers. Oh,
contact! That's Andrew Patterson.
Oh, he almost saved it. He
incredible!
Wow!
He got punted and was able to hang on to it and still execute the chicane. That is remarkable.
I don't know how. Unbelievable job.
I mean, this guy works in the shop. He gets few opportunities to drive. That right there should earn him another opportunity. That was just unbelievable.
That's one of the most sideways race cars I've ever seen in my life get recovered back at a street course. Oh, contacts the wall on one. Man, he just needs to take a breath right here.
Get another look at it right here. You're going to see contact. He gets hit in the left rear, chases it around right there. It wasn't the slide to the left. It was when it hooked and back to the right.
There's another angle looking back forwards at it. You're reading the door numbers on that car. Unbelievable save. He was hit there by Taylor Gray as they went through. That's an almost impossible section to go side by side, so not surprised that we saw the contact we did.
Brennan Poole coming through in the 44, looking for another solid run. Spends a lot of time in the top 20, does Poole, and hoping to finish there again when it comes to the standings at the end of the year.
And we talked about Brent Cruz up to 5th now. You see just over 4 seconds behind Austin Hill. You see Cruz in our picture right there, the Mobile 1, number 19.
Up to 5th, and he's got a bunch of them right in front of him, Jamie.
Well, that's what I was going to say. He's got 3 of them right there lined up in front. You'll see he'll be able to out-accelerate out of these corners and get right on them and then hope that you can outbrake them. I would think at this point right here, it's about setting them up into that chicane just before turn 16.
And every crew chief on pit road is watching this right now to see how much better is the 19 than these cars in front of him who elected not to pit. He's got the newer tires. Is it worth enough? There's a lot of teams and crew chiefs that were wondering that watching the truck race yesterday, trying to figure this out because that sort of dictates some of your decision-making strategy-wise. And I felt this was the case where you can get stuck even with newer tires behind these cars because this track is so tight.
Not going to be there.
He's not there, and if you look at Austin Hill, he's vaulted out to a 2.5-second lead right now. And, you know, you're not showing that tires is worth as much as you would think in some respects, so this might change some decisions.
Well, and I'll say this, you look at our Powerball power movers, he's +4, Brent Cruz. The guys that are really moving are those drivers that came down lap 16 into the stage and got tires, +7 for Alfredo, +6 for Mayer.
Watch Cruz right here to see if he can get a good run out of here. He's going to try to outbrake Austin Green down here into turn 2. He was a little ways back, but a little bit better tires. You see Austin, nice job not challenging him there, knowing that they're on 2 different strategies. Green's having a great run. And well deserved.
Yep.
Yeah, he was first in practice. He's had a good run. We talked about Sanchez getting in that car last week. Know how good Austin is at these type racetracks, and he's doing a good job, not just in qualifying, but putting together an awesome race right here.
And gets to run it next week again at Sonoma, which is going to be good for him, just because we know how good he is at this style of racing.
And that was my first introduction to Austin Green at Sonoma a couple years ago. Was running the top 5, and this car was beating up my back bumper. I said, "Who's this?" It's Austin Green. Oh, okay. He was very fast there.
Almost won, well, I won't say almost won the Roval last summer, or last fall rather, but he was second to Zillage, so that's impressive. Cruz picking off another one, going around Sammy Smith, turn 6.
2 and 6 corners right here. You see the tires really paying off. See how quick he can now get to Quapple. The braking capability goes up, the acceleration off the corners goes up. Just so much better with the tires. But I'm impressed with Austin Hill and how much he's been able to get out. I think their strategy.
Oh, there's
Sammy
Smith.
There he goes.
2 coming. 2 coming.
There you go.
Boy, minimal damage there,
Minimal.
right?
Yes.
And I don't mean to the car, I just mean to where he is in the running order. Good job to gather it up and go on.
And get hit there or just lock the rears?
I think he had a little contact there, but again, like, that's where you kind of get vulnerable, right? With these guys that have tires, they're trying to force the issues because you're on 2 different plans. There's just a time to race and a time not to. We'll see if he has a little.
No, I thought that was the case.
It's really hard to tell.
But when we were on board, I heard him wheel hopping. Yep. You know, just having that, you hear the stuttering there and the bouncing of the rear end. And I couldn't quite tell if Austin Green had really gotten the back of him or not.
And everybody's wheel hopping right there.
Yeah.
You downshift to first. Some of the guys trying to get turned, lock those rears up, and you're just along for the ride.
But you see in the bumper, he was 5th, now 7th.
I'd make one more, but if we need to pit, we pit.
So I'll say this, we're at lap 20. If you pit here, you're in your window to get to the place you need to be in the final stage to make that final pit stop to get home from there.
Get to ride on board with Sammy Smith here. You see, that's Austin Green right behind him. No, you're right. Just a little wheel hop right there.
And that shows you how on edge every one of these drivers are around this racetrack, these different asphalt surfaces. And being on older tires like he is, it's starting to show you maybe tires are worth something in that he had that happen.
If you would tell anyone at the start of the day that you're going to spin out and only lose 2 positions and not hit anything here,
I'd sign up for it.
I'll take it. Yeah, sign me up.
Sheldon Creed, second of those drivers that came down at the end of the stage. When you talk about the running order, you always want to be the best in your group. He's second right now of that group to his teammate, 8th overall, as he went around Raja Caruth on track. Jesse Love hanging inside the top 10. At the 1/3 point of stage 2, Golden Corral onboard camera.
Massive wheel spin. Yeah, massive wheel spin right there on the exit of that corner.
Oh, here comes Taylor Gray.
Here, almost a little wheel hop from Jeb Burton as we were riding on board there.
That's Preston Partis in the 50.
And he's going to have a run here, trying to do a crossover on Jeb heading down into turn 8.
And Preston's one of the most fun to watch in qualifying in these cars at these street courses and road courses. He put on an awesome display earlier today, a small team there. He shows up for these road courses as a Miata racer most weekends, but shows up for these road courses, does a great job, punches way above their weight when he shows up, and hounding Jet Bernier is gonna make the pass down to 12.
Oh, it's so hard not to get into that barrier when we saw, we got to spin, Sammy Smith again.
Oh, and they just wanted to pit.
Oh, and you can't get going now. You're just
gotta wait, and the spotters can't see over here.
You're on your own.
So I was actually spun over there earlier.
No one can see you over there.
Yep, there you go. No one can see.
Get started to go rolling here in a second.
I was worried if he's going to be able to make the corner there without having to back up, but he does.
It's one of the worst spots. There's no spotters that can see you back there, and so you're just blind, and you have to essentially just wait for the whole field to go by. I had the exact same experience yesterday. So let's take a listen. That's what happened here. Okay, that was definitely contact.
Did get help there. He just didn't get to the throttle. Sheldon did. Man.
Closing on the
that's a bad couple laps.
Closing on the midway point, stage 2. We look at our Mobile One leaderboard. Austin Hill leads Quapple, Cruz, Green, and Mayer at Naval Base Coronado. Closed captioning for today's race brought to you by Tableau TV. Watch, pause, and record live TV for free. Right in here with Ryan Ellis. A few cars making pit stops. Saw it side by side. Those would be scheduled green flag pit stops. And we also had this. Justin Allgaier has been fighting his race car, some engine gremlins, and then Baltazar Legiesman
Yeah, Balthazar got loose, it looked like on entry, maybe the little wheel hop there as well, and Justin was just in the right place at the wrong time. Gets spun around there.
Allgaier's won back-to-back races 4 times in his career, never won 3 in a row. 3-time winner on the road, but unfortunately behind the 8 ball here today, as you see it one more time.
And I believe we've got the caution out now. This is for LeVar Scott over in turn 5. I saw this came to a stop. Maybe a right front issue there?
Well, or just no drive and doesn't want to be stopped on the exit on that straightaway, and I don't blame him. That's a good choice to stop.
Transmission, axle, something's broke.
Yeah.
We have no drive. We have motor, but no drive. We got to get to the garage somehow, some way.
Yeah, that was a good choice to stop on the outside of this corner, because if you go around, it's blind. Parker's referenced that a couple of times. You can't see around a lot of these corners, and that's a really fast section of the racetrack, so you wouldn't want to be stopped right there.
And right above him, there is the spotter stand. It's that bus.
Yeah, they're going to L.A. later to go look at celebrity homes afterwards.
And that's what they're there, and really that spotter only helps you to know what's on the other side of this corner before they go for their
You
their
give me about
celebrity
once
tour.
a race, you know that? That one got me. All right, sold out crowd. I just want you to take a look at these pictures as we go to break. I just love what we're doing here, racing at Naval Base Coronado in San Diego. Talk so much about it. USS Carl Vinson. Aircraft carrier on board here, USS Cincinnati. it's incredible when you go on these ships, the blend of old school, new technology, you know, and the sailors enjoying every part of it.
That's awesome.
It's great.
Amazing.
You can't appreciate the size of that ship until you get up close to it or go on it.
Yeah. All right, pit road is open. Kim, here they are under caution.
Including leader Austin Hill. He told his team, not bad, just lose rear lateral as we run. Front turn, though, pretty good. They're going to take 4 fresh Goodyear tires. Sunoco fuel, just a small adjustment, nothing big, just something to make him a little bit more comfortable, Dylan.
First pit stop of the day for Carson Kvapil. Earlier in the race, he said he was loose and just needs more lateral drive. They'll try to adjust for that. Brent Cruz is in as well, sort of neutralizes some of their strategy differences. They're going to change 4 tires and fuel, make an air pressure and chassis adjustment on the 19.
I would say the race off pit road here is big because you'll want to be leading your group, right? And this is not going to be for the race lead, but you want to be in front of that group that's on the same strategy as you. And the other thing that I would say here, anybody that pits right now, you still have to come one more time. There's no one pitting at this stage that can get home. A number of drivers stay out, and this is what we always talk about. The play card is wide and deep. We won't go into the weeds on what everybody's trying to do, but there are going to be multiple cycles as everything happens throughout the early portion of this race, and you really won't know what you have till you get inside of 20 laps to go, probably.
And there's different objectives. You know, for these Viking Motorsport cars, they might be thinking, hey, we want to get stage points. That's the objective for them. It's on offer. Maybe something they didn't even expect coming into this weekend, so to have a haul of stage points. So you also balance that opportunity in these scenarios where maybe there's one strategy that's best, that you think theoretically is the best to be in the best position late in the race, but there's other strategies that offer you to get a haul of stage points, which can be massive as well, no matter what your finish is.
And we talk about it every week, and when you pit or when people stay out and it shakes up the field, you're vulnerable on these restarts. We've had exceptionally clean restarts up to this point, but at some point in this race, guys are going to start to get more aggressive. You mentioned, you know, wanting to get stage points. You get 6 to go. You're going to have 4 or 5 to go once we go back green. So guys are going to be more aggressive at those moments in the race.
16 cars did stay out here tonight. Banana Ball is bringing the ultimate summer party, and you won't want to miss it. Watch as the party animals face off against the Texas Tailgaters live from First Horizon Park in Nashville. Don't miss the most electric baseball party of the summer tonight, 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific, right here on CW. We showed you earlier Petco Park going to break, home of the San Diego Padres. This place holds almost 40,000 and did host the All-Star Game 10 years ago. World Baseball Championship, a classic championship played here 20 years ago. You know, open in 2004. This is when you know you're getting old. When you're like, man, there's Petco Park, one of the new ballparks in Major League Baseball. It's like, it's been there for 20-some years. Going to be a short little run to end the stage when we return to the green flag.
I was really impressed with Austin Hill being able to stand on those tires. I mean, Brent was quicker, but it was only about 3/10 a lap. I thought there was going to be a way bigger difference. What we don't know about this track, and everyone's, you know, experienced the tire wear, but as rubber lays down, does that get better throughout the race? It did seem like yesterday in the truck race, the grip level went up substantially as the race went on. And you got to think with the qualifying we had earlier today and the amount of rubber being laid down in this race right here. I mean, look how black that is right there.
You see it, yeah.
Yeah.
Let's do our golden moment presented by Golden Corral. This happened before the caution came out, working our third yellow of the afternoon. See a trio of cars going through turn 2. Behind them, Dean Thompson shoved wide into the wall.
That is a hard hit. Remember, that's fully real concrete walls here.
Oh, you hate it for Dean because this is a home game, right, from Anaheim, California. And that team's been performing really well, 3 consecutive top 15 finishes.
And, of course, Corey Day was in the picture at the time.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
The way his day is going.
Corey Day's having a day. There's no doubt about it.
Jeez.
Mention the fact 16 cars stayed out here. Various strategies within that group that stayed on track. Brent Cruz is 17th, and that's where he was prior to the choose, the first that came off pit road of those drivers that pitted here at lap 24. You see all the California-born drivers in the field.
Yeah, plenty of them there. And, you know, Adam, the one thing that sticks out to me that's going to make this restart different than anything we've seen so far is the level of cars at the front. Like, there's some guys that have not been up front that are quite a bit off the pace compared to what we've seen the leaders run. And that is going to change us from really about 13th, 12th or 13th forward. You got a few guys that have been up front today, but a lot of those cars have not been up there, and that is going to really shake this up. The braking capability of some of everyone's, you know, at a different level there, and it's gonna make this restart crazier than anything we've seen up to this point. Those guys have to manage that.
United Rentals on board, riding with Jesse Love. He pitted at lap 24, was 20th prior to the choose. Taylor Gray, Parker Retzloff, front row. Gray in charge in the 54. Green again with 5 to go at the stage as they come through the Poet restart zone and down to turn 1.
Great restart by Retzloff there. He'll stay beside Gray down here in the braking zone to 2. And now be in the preferred spot as they get to the apex.
Yeah, Parker's been in that position a couple of times today, so he had a pretty good idea of what the grip level was like and where his braking points were going to be. But again, like we've seen most of the day, just because you get beside somebody and you have the preferred lane, it doesn't mean anything.
Well, now he's in a really tough spot here. Turn 4, it's super hard to be on the outside. You see he loses the left rear. Taylor Gray slots into the lead, and now he's have to try and fight back. Even his teammates looking the inside here into turn 5. That's Alfredo.
Ooh, loose.
I thought Retzloff might get away with that slide off the corner because he had his teammate behind him. Alfredo taking advantage, although Retzloff's going to have the preferred line as they head down to turn 6. And look at this. These are the drivers that just made a pit stop, and they're all jockeying for position.
Oh, look at Austin Hill on the inside. Oh, he does a great job of getting slowed down right there.
That's impressive because we've seen a lot of guys overshoot that corner.
Oh, it's so hard to judge that. I mean, you're having to stop when you get to the corner because these guys all checking up. He is weaving through them right now, though.
Making moves and holes where I didn't think they'd existed. I didn't know there was enough space there for him to get below the 2, Jesse Love. Oh, Justin Allgaier's going around.
Man, what a day he's having as well.
It's been
twice.
Tough.
Twice he's been spun out, almost in the exact same section of the racetrack.
He was 9th. I mean, he had stayed out. They had gained some track position back. And there goes Austin Hill getting by Brent Cruz, which is big because you think about where they are in regard to strategy and what that could mean later, right?
Yeah, we think those are the 2 that are going to be racing for the win. You see now, though, Mayer and Coapel going at it through this fast section of the racetrack.
And these 2 are starting to get away a little bit from Austin Hill and Brent Cruz on the same strategy as those 2.
You know, Raja Karut doing a pretty good job up there inside the top 10. As we come back to the start-finish line, going to be 4 laps to go, stage 2. It's time to go full throttle with Sound Gear. Wherever sound is a problem, Sound Gear has the solution. Scan the QR code to learn more at soundgear.com. Turn it up. Well, you see these 2 going at it here. We talk about Brent Cruz and Austin Hill. They pitted at lap 24, but Carson Coapel is out in front of them of the drivers on this same strategy. So the 1 team really having a good afternoon right now.
I think Austin Hill may have just hit the inside wall there through turn 7. It's easy to do. You come into turn 6 as a right-hander, then you go quick. You kind of go outside of the wall and then wrap around it. And if you're following our car closely like he was, Brent Cruz, it's actually easy to kind of lose sight of where the wall was. I think he hit it. I don't know if he got too much damage, but it was a pretty solid hit.
Oh, contact right there as Raja's trying to hang on. He's on a little different strategy on older tires. We actually saw back in turn 4, he let Carson go by his teammate. It actually put Sam Mayer in a weird position because he wasn't ready for Raja to let off the throttle right there.
Mayer, another one of those drivers, pitted at lap 24.
Ellis with an issue.
Yeah, he's suddenly off the pace.
And that's going to put these guys in a weird place to be out there where the track's dirty.
William Sawalich racing Jesse Love. That's for 15th. Taylor Gray continues to lead Parker Retzloff. Turn 1 down to turn 2. It just takes your breath away watching that jump every time.
That in the backstretch straightaway there off of turn 5, and the undulations and the jumps over there. It's just so visually striking watching these race cars go around.
They asked Tyler Reddick after practice yesterday how you're going to manage that, and he said, I think I'm going to talk to my teammate Riley Herbst, because he's done the off-road racing where you do the jumps, you know, but it is what it reminds you of in a way, because you catch some air going down to the corner.
So one thing to pay attention to right now, and this happened yesterday in the Truck Series race, the pace is just getting faster and faster every lap they run. They're running almost a second quicker than what we ran before the caution came out.
That was just all going around early on in the restart, the first lap. And then this is 21. Oh yeah, right there. So that's what I was trying to explain. When you go through 6, you're kind of to the outside of that wall, and then you go back around it and turn left, and you can lose sight of where you are. Remember that camera up above us, Raja Karuta spun down in turn 6.
Yeah, he was up in the top 10.
That camera's up above. His visual was completely different for Austin Hill. Caught that in the wall. Got away with it so far.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, Austin Hill really hasn't lost much ground. He's 4th in line of those drivers that pitted at lap 24 behind Brent Cruz, but is not bleeding time after catching the wall.
Take a look here at what happened to Raja Karuth. This is heading down into turn 6. Oh, I just wheel hopped right there. Heavy braking zone. Spun around, and then you're just sitting in this terribly vulnerable place as these guys are all trying to get slowed down, and you just have to wait until that traffic clears out.
You're just counting how many cars are going to go by you, right?
Well, and it just throws your strategy completely off. These are the things that they just end your day, right? Because you've tried to put yourself in the right position, and you're managing all this. And to me, that's what's hard about staying out is managing the pace as as you're on those older tires. We see Ryan Ellis had a drive shaft issue. They're going to come in and try to get that fixed.
So here's the top 2. As we've hit 2 to go in the stage. Gray leads Retzloff. Alfredo is 3rd. You go back behind them, Sammy Smith is 5th. And right behind him, the first driver on that strategy to pit at lap 24. Mayer has gotten by Quapple, and he's the best of that group right now. There's Quapple and Cruz trying to get by Quapple here.
When you're on the outside, we saw earlier with Dean Thompson and Corey Day, if the car on the inside doesn't get slowed down there, and it's harder to do than you think, it can actually just, Quapple wheel hopped right there getting into turn 3.
And Brent was actually kind of letting him take the position back because he didn't want to be where Sam Mayer is right now on the outside of Sammy Smith there through 4. Now as they head towards turn 5, Sam Mayer is in the preferred line. Should be able to make this pass as long as you don't overspeed the center.
He wants to get by and put a car between him and Brent Cruz, right? They're
Definitely
on that same strategy.
And that's what you're thinking. When you're passing all these cars, it's just trying to separate yourself from the others on your strategy. Get moving as forward as you can.
Things snug at the front, and both drivers that really need stage points. And keep this in mind, Parker Retzloff, 2nd in stage 1. So if he can get, a stage win or even a 2nd here, that would be a great day for him. When you think about stage points, they're really putting together a nice afternoon, Dylan.
And they've told Retzloff that fuel saving right now is more important than a stage win. So I don't think you're going to see the 99 necessarily challenge the 54 here. I'm curious to see what these guys do, because they can maybe make it on one more stop if they're able to run this out to close to around lap 40, which would be not pitting here at the end of stage 2. It's going to be really, really close, but I think for both, definitely the 99 and for sure the 54, they have been told max save just to try to give them as much of a buffer and wiggle room as they can for some strategy options.
Well, I had some crew chiefs tell me you could flip stage 1 and then maybe get to your window by staying out of the end of stage 2 if you had enough cautions. We've had a caution within the stage. We're going to get another one at the end of the stage. Must be the game they're playing here. 1 lap to go, stage 2. Gray in front of Retzloff. Alfredo looking at stage points. Corey Day inside the top 5. And then Sam Mayer continues to lead that group that pitted at lap 24.
Man, it's a tough position to be in Parker Retzloff's position to see the stage win as he looks inside here into turn 3. I was thinking he looked too racy to want to just settle for second.
For the lead, Retzloff around Taylor Gray, and Gray's not done yet.
Well, and Retzloff ran the second fastest lap of the race 1 lap ago, so I don't know that he got the message from the crew chief about saving
I got
fuel.
your fuel saving.
Yeah, let me go ahead and get this stage win.
He was looking really aggressive behind Taylor Gray and wanting to get this. Oh,
he missed
overcooked it a little bit through turn 5. First time he wasn't following a car for a while.
So hard to run and hide here.
Oh, Gray's going to fire
coming
back on him.
Turn 6, 54 inside of the 99. This is for a stage win. 6, 7 to 8.
Still side by side.
Dooring each other.
Preferred line Retzloff, left-hander at turn 8 right here.
Yeah, and there's so many switchbacks right here. It's about staying side by side, and then as we get to turn 12 coming up, the guy on the inside is going to have an advantage there. It's just about, can he put the power down right here? Oh,
this
it's
is so
narrow.
tight right through here. You're going to have to figure this out in 12.
Yeah, things get really snug here. Gray can't complete the pass. Oh, into the wall. Retzloff caught it. Gray back in front. What a great battle into stage 2.
Not too much damage to Retzloff's car. Gray does a nice job being able to come out in front. Looked like he was not going to be able to win this stage, but he's put himself in a great position here with that pass into turn 6.
13, 14, 15. And now the run to the chicane for Taylor Gray.
For Retzloff, you're just hoping it's not a tire rub sort of amount of damage.
Turn 16. And then he'll pick up the green and white checkered flag at the start-finish line. Gray's second stage win of the season. Won stage 1 at Pocono last week. Retzloff, 18 stage points today. That's huge for him. Good effort for his teammate. Corey Day getting some stage points after that rough start for him. And this move was key to get ahead of the curve and take the top spot for Taylor Gray, who goes on to win stage 2 at Naval Base Coronado.
Men.
As we head into the final stage, it's time to fuel up with Arby's new Angus cheesesteak with 100% Angus beef, melty Cooper cheese, and a toasted Amoroso's roll. It's exactly what you need to finish strong. Race to yours by texting RACE to 27297 to get notified about Arby's exclusive deals. Order your cheesesteak in the Arby's app today. Thrilling ending to stage 2. Taylor Gray gets the stage victory.
So many agendas today.
Oh.
So many different strategies. It's honestly, I thought Sammy Smith was in trouble after the spin he had, and they've done a nice job. 9th.
Corey Day.
Yeah.
He was 5 laps down. Right. I mean, I know he got him back, but at one point you tuned in early, he's 5 laps down. And now he's
stage points now.
Yeah, that's huge.
Massive.
Toyota Camry pacing the field here today.
Let's see if there's any takers.
Corey Day coming down pit road.
Few and far between.
Woo,
not
that'd be a lonely place.
Here's the 17, Kim.
Yeah, I do want to note that while they were on pit road lap 16 with the 2 Viking Motorsports guys and Taylor Gray, they only took fuel, so haven't taken tires since lap 12. Corey said no handling issues. They just need to put laps together. 4 fresh Goodyear tires, Sunoco fuel for the 17.
I'm going to go to break. We'll come back with the final stage. And as we head to break, we hear from drivers saluting those that serve our great nation.
Want to give a special thanks to the U.S. military. Giving a special shout out to the U.S. Navy for hosting this race.
I want to thank the U.S. Navy and the Naval Base Coronado sailors for hosting this race.
I want to thank the U.S. Navy and Naval Base Coronado sailors for hosting this race.
Thank you for your service. Thank you for your service.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you for your service.
All set, ready to go. Final stage, Naval Base Coronado, O'Reilly Auto Parts Series, live on CW. So let's go back. Check out that battle for the lead. As the 54.99 went at it. Stage ends. And there's a little bit of a conversation out front between this duo.
Hand signals.
I think he's almost like good race. I feel like
fun
that was like,
times.
what's up? I mean, they race side by side, and listen, when you go through this section right here is where he had the contact with the wall. Listen, it's hard to go through there single file, much less too wide, and you get out on the dirty side of the track. It's just hard racing.
And you see that damage on the left rear. It's not too bad, too much. It shouldn't have a tire rub.
That's
so got away with it.
Not too bad. It's not a great option.
Well, it's better than
could have been worse.
The alternative.
Yeah.
How about this? Read this body language.
Poor Sammy Smith here. Oh,
he just.
Oh, no.
Oh.
I think he's a little frustrated. You can see the rear bumper there is dented in from when Sheldon Creed slammed into him and spun him out. The fun meter is pretty high on the 8 car right now.
We're just halfway right now, guys. Got a lot more to come.
Yep.
The 8 car was 8th prior to the choose. Sam Mayer, the best of that group, that made a pit stop at lap 24. He goes from row 2. Cruz, Quapple, and Hill a part of that group as well. Up front, Taylor Gray controls with Parker Retzloff. Final stage coming your way.
Parker Retzloff has been in this position 3 times today. We'll see if he
Taylor Gray
capitalize
really
on
struggled there to get the power down. Had a huge amount of wheel spin.
He's going to have to defend Sam Mayer, though, when they get down to turn 2. Sam's been good all day. You know how aggressive he can be on these restarts.
Look at Quapple nosing out of line. A little contact there coming to the corner. Battle for the lead is on. Retzloff to the inside of Gray. Takes the top spot. Look at Austin Hill.
Sam Mayer went from looking like he was going to be in contention to racing for the lead, and now Quapple's moved him out. He's lost another spot. He's on the wrong spot.
Oh, he got one spot off there. Off of 4. Couldn't quite see who it was.
4 cautions today, make it 5.
Oh, my.
Corey Day just made that pit stop.
Yellow's out, yellow's out. I'd say the 26 got it. 26 got us.
I believe he did. They were pretty wide with the 7 in the 20.
If you go back to our gold moment, 17 got into Dean Thompson, Corey Day at turn 2.
I think he's going to be happy to leave
Coronado.
Leave Coronado after this weekend. Yeah.
You crowded him earlier in the race, and I think he was retaliating.
Yeah, I would say it's a fair assessment. It's hard to tell from that perspective, but if not, it's an awful big coincidence.
Well, I think 2 + 2 equals 4 in that case, right there.
I hate to draw conclusions, but sometimes if the shoe fits, right?
And the level of aggression continues to ramp up in the front. That restart is kind of what we expected that we were going to have all day long. We talked about trying to defend down into turn 3. You think you're far enough left, and unless you're against the wall, someone is going to try to fill that gap.
Well, the tough part is you can be in the preferred position there into 2, then be forced in a weird position into 3, and so it's just with all the switchbacks, and then try to put yourself in position for 4. You know, with the left to right, it just gets more difficult. And then when you get put 3 wide like Sam Mayer was, you're in no man's land in turn 3. When you're forced that far wide in such a tight corner, there's no recovery.
And I want to be on the inside. If I'm going to pick one, the inside guy is going to be in the best position there.
Well, and into turn 2, being on the outside gives you the best stability braking-wise, but it leaves you so vulnerable to someone, you know, and all that can happen to the inside.
Right, like what we saw earlier with Corey Day and Dean Thompson.
So pit road is going to be open, but you look at the lap count, going to be 27 to go, and so far outside the window, hard to imagine that you would pit here and try to make that work. I mean, I just don't see that happening a little bit early, but you just never know.
Yeah, because the laps are just so long here. Like when you talk about if you're 2 or 3 laps, that is a ton to try to. It's not like you're, you know, at a Bristol or Martinsville where you can hope to make up some, or even on a 1.5 miles where it's a little easier to save fuel. It's a long ways around here, and got to stop and go so many times. It's a bigger challenge to try to save fuel to a track like this.
And we noticed the damage that he had on the left rear of this car.
Happened on the restart.
This happened on the restart here, and a little worrisome that the structural integrity of the rear end of this race car is kind of giving way from a hit into the wall, then getting hit on the restart there. The team will definitely be keeping an eye on this.
And that quarter panel is going to catch a bunch of air.
Yes.
It's not going to be as big of a here as you'd have at a 1.5 miles or something, but there are long straightaways here, and that is going to be like a parachute.
And unfortunately, like it would be at the nose, the team can't tell him to take care of the rear bumper. That's really up to the rest of the competition.
All right, we'll catch another break here. 27 laps to go. Retzloff in front of Gray, Quapple, Mayer, and Hill. There it is, the USS Carl Vinson. It's one of 11 operational aircraft carriers in the Navy. One of 3 that calls home at Naval Base Coronado, the USS Abraham Lincoln, USS Theodore Roosevelt. How about a crew of 6,000? I mean, it's incredible.
A city on the sea.
It really is.
Amazing.
And when you think about a deployment that can last over 100 days, it's just remarkable. The commitment of all of our sailors. I had a chance to go out, spend 24 hours on an aircraft carrier. It is a part of this whole process of NASCAR coming out here to race at Naval Base Coronado. And, you know, they serve the meals daily each week, the same thing, because they want to help you understand what day of the week it is, because you just get so locked into your routine. And such a big part of history when you think about our country and the role that these aircraft carriers play.
And when we got to hang out on this the other day, I learned a cool fact. That catapult on the top, 0 to 160 miles per hour for those planes in 2 seconds.
How about?
I'd want that acceleration in a race car if I could.
Let's go down to Kim.
Anthony Alfredo currently running in the 6th position. His first and only stop was on lap 16. So what's the plan for this 96 team? Here's what crew chief Joshua Graham told his driver. Here's in-car communication courtesy of Starkey.
How we got all these points and going to have a shot at winning this thing. So I need you to fight for me for about 5 more laps and then we'll pit, okay? Now when you're happy that, I trust your boss. Let's go get something.
So you heard it, 5 more laps before we see them on pit road. So that final stretch will be just above 20 laps to go. It's been a great day, though. They have a good car. And Anthony actually telling me he feels like it's a level playing field for the team this weekend, not just because everybody is new to the Coronado race here, but also reminding me all those sim laps he does for Hendrick. Even if on the Cup side, he still felt like he benefited from that.
For our race leader there, Parker Retzloff, we talked about the damage he got on the left rear, racing Taylor Gray for the stage win. But that right rear, we found some evidence where this came from. Sam Mayer in the 41 is going to get back into the rear bumper right there. And you see the right side pop out, creating that parachute. it's not really that it's about the performance of the car. I'm just a little bit more worried there out of turn 1 about the structural integrity of the rear end of this race car with many more hits like that. You see the deck lid sort of separating from the fenders. That's not something you want to see.
Well, the audio that Kim played kind of showed the hand of a lot of these teams on what they're thinking. I mean, you're going to be in your window here in the next 5 or 6 laps to make a pit stop, then make it to the end. So how do you manage all of that? When do you make that final stop? And do you run it a little bit longer if you can to have some good tire at the end of the race, right? So a lot to think about here. Going to be 26 laps to go when we return to the green flag. Parker Retzlaff going to be in charge. He had led only 1 lap in his prior 22 starts on a road course, talking about Retzlaff, but in charge here today and trying to make it happen. Coming through that restart zone again.
He got really sideways. He'd been restarting on that inside lane almost every restart. Did not get the power down correctly. It's going to give up the lead, and now we're just fighting to hold on to second.
Oh, big
wow!
crash. Turn 1.
Oh my, that's the huge impact. Gotta think he got hooked in the left rear to turn at that angle with that impact. Oh, he did. I think there was contact with Alfredo and just got turned like the opposite. We talk about like a right rear hook. Oh, we just heard those guys talking about what a day they had. I can't, the wall, how much it moved. You see the frustration inside the car there.
I have to be one of the worst race car drivers to ever touch the sport. So sorry. It's just embarrassing.
I mean, just you see how the wall has been displaced.
Well, 8 feet. Yeah. I mean, massive impact right there.
And in a lot of respects, that's a good thing. You know, that's dissipating the energy. It's the same theory of a softball in a lot of respects. You have these concrete blocks, but having the ability for them to move like that softens the blow. It tears apart the race car like you see there, but that's dissipating the energy and the hit for the driver. Great to see Sam moving around. I know he's disappointed.
Yeah, I mean, I'm like you. I mean, we had the onboard shot there, and then you heard him on the radio, and that was a major relief because just a massive hit on the restart.
And we're going to have to fix that before we go back racing. Have to push that wall back together. You saw how they were tied together and that fencing all stayed. And you mentioned it, Parker, like it's almost like hitting a safer barrier. It's the same concept, but the thing about these walls, they're sticky. You know, you get into those in the car, and that's part of what shreds the car. And also as they split apart, starts to tear the car apart. You see they're already up there trying to get a look at that. The radiator was laying, if you look just in the middle of your screen, right next to one of those pace trucks, that's the radiator out of that car laying in the racetrack. It's ripped the splitter bar out, all the mounts for the radiator, the hoses you see right there. There's some brake duct hoses. That's the oil cooler in the radiator that we saw Corey Day replace earlier today from the manhole cover getting launched in his car. So great to see these guys getting out of these cars and walking back.
William Sawalich.
We need to get a look at this and just see exactly what caused that. Take a look right there. We have highlighted. Watch Anthony Alfredo is on his outside. You got to think Mayer is going to slide up maybe a little bit here.
He hits the inside wall.
Oh, he does.
Yeah. Oh, awful hit, and that's why he was referencing disappointed in himself, right? That's a mistake as a driver. You pin on yourself for misjudging and causes this horrible angle, the outside wall, and of course all these cars behind just have nowhere to go.
Yeah, and that wall on the front stretch, Sprint Cruise, you see a little bit of damage there on the left side of your screen, but the wall on the front stretch, it goes farther than what you've, I mean, I feel like for all the laps we ran yesterday, every time you're like, man, it just goes farther around than what what you think it's going to.
And it pays to be close to it. But remember, you're sitting on the left side of this car. There's a whole side, the right side of the race car that you have to judge. Oof.
I don't think that looked as bad as what I know it felt inside of the car. Those just, oh.
19 cars involved in this crash on the restart. 6th yellow of the day.
He just catches it late around the corner. And those are tougher to judge, right? You're on the left side of the car. You have to know how far wide your car is. And you're as a race car driver, you know, but you're also guessing a lot of times. And you cut as close as you possibly can. There's fruit there to be had if you can get right near that wall, and the closer you can get to it, there's more grip.
Poor Anthony Alfredo. We just heard them come on and talk about they've had this epic points day, going to go out and try to win the race, and had a car capable of that. He's just, man, on the outside. Mayer comes across his nose. He gets into that. He has a big impact as well.
Yeah.
And then all these guys right here, you see Pardis on the brakes trying to slow down. Not only do you have speed, but we saw that radiator and oil cool get ripped out. All of that fluid gets on the racetrack, and you come around there, and even though you're trying to slow down, you just hit ice on the racetrack. You have no, I mean, just nothing you can do about it.
See Jeremy Clements there, 51, breaking the all-time starts record in series history today. Start 5:48, going by Kenny Wallace. And some of the key players involved here. I mean, you know, we talk about Brent Cruz. Austin Hill got a piece. Sheldon Creed riding again with Mayer.
Right move to take your hands off the wheel, and that.
Well, there's wrecks where you're like, I think I'm going to save it, and then there's these, and you close your eyes and hope for the best.
And you know the field's oncoming, so you know there's going to be hits coming from all angles.
I'm telling you, the angle. I don't know that I've ever seen a wreck, an angle that bad at that high a speed. I'm shocked it didn't knock the wind out of him. Like when we heard the radio communication, you heard his frustration, but I also got to think that the impact, the force that takes on your body.
Riding with Sammy Smith.
Here we get our view from the 21 Austin Hill.
One thing to note as you watch that wall, it's not a perfect radius. That wall is, you know, that wasn't there when we got here, when we first did the track walk, and it's jagged a little bit. And you're trying to time that out, as you mentioned.
Just to give you a reference, you're following the car in front of you. You don't have visibility of that, especially when you're lower. Sam's making a guess there as he follows Retzloff. He doesn't have great sight line. Did you notice that Austin Hill also hit it? He followed Sam to that position because you're referencing off the car in front of you, judging off them because you can't quite see. You don't have great sight lines. And so it almost cascaded. Austin Hill got away with it. Sam didn't. But that's how close you're cutting it and how bad the visual is for the driver at that point, where you're just making a lot of educated guesses in that moment as to where you are on the racetrack and where you're trying to place it. And you get away with it most times, and sometimes you go too far and you have a moment like this. But Austin Hill hit that same wall.
And, you know, Parker, you mentioned this in our pre-race show, and you said most treacherous corner on the track. And that says a lot, because there's this track, there are a lot of high-speed corners, but everybody has talked about the entry to this corner, and part of it being is because it's not this heavy braking zone where you're downshifting and you know, slowing the car down a lot. It's one of those corners that you could drive in a little deeper and use some more brake. Or on a restart like this, you don't know your lift point. You're kind of judging off the car in front of you, and you said it, everyone is basing the inside off the car in front of them, and you're just assuming that they're gonna make it through there.
Our 6th caution of the day has turned into our 2nd red flag. Here's Carson Quapple radio.
They just showed his roof camera. It was about 2 inches from wiping you out. Glad he missed. If you saw how far that wall moved, He's definitely glad he missed.
Guarantee he saw that in his mirror. When you see all that carnage, you'll look up in your mirror and he'll have seen that and, yeah, be so thankful that he wasn't a part of it. This is going to be a process right here, though. You got to think that fence is all bent. None of that's going to want to fit back. You see they've got a forklift out there to try to pick that wall up and move it back.
They're getting good practice at this weekend. Yesterday and today.
Right.
These walls being hit by very heavy race cars that are NASCAR race cars. 3,400 pounds, 2 of them going into that wall, probably 100 miles an hour, give or take. That's a lot of force.
So the cleanup begins here at Naval Base Coronado. Hard hit for Sam Mayer. 19 cars involved. And for the second time today, we're under the red flag. All right, for those of you joining us for Banana Ball, the Party Animals versus the Texas Tailgaters, live from Nashville. It will start on the CW app and move here to the CW at the conclusion of our coverage from right here in San Diego, where we've got the red flag once again. A huge crash on a restart with 26 laps to go, and we've updated the list of drivers involved. I should say we've updated the list of drivers. That we've taken the number now to 23. So we had it at 19. Now we've counted 23 drivers that got some damage on this crash. All right, let's hear from driver 54, Taylor Gray.
Hey, Taylor, it's CW booth. You got us? Well, you've done a great job of putting your, done a good job putting your the right position, started 11th. You've gotten stage points. You're now in the best position of anybody. What do you feel? How did your car feel today?
Yeah, I feel like we're executing at a really high level all day today. Really proud of everyone at Jugos Racing and the Big Four boys. Yeah, I mean, obviously still, you know, a lot to go and cycles to play out, but still really strong about our car. Thankful for Columbia to hop on board with us this weekend, and hopefully we continue to execute like we have been all day and close one out.
All right. Well, it's been fun watching. Good luck, buddy. That's one of the issues of coming to a road course like this.
I think he said he hoped you're not too sore, by the way.
No, I know that's kind. Hey, that's not funny, by the way.
Yes, you were going to say.
Well, yeah, the radios struggle here, and that's
They do.
you have all these spotters around the track, and a lot of times you get on one side of the track and you're trying to talk to the crew chief, but they can't hear you. It's that is what you hear, and it makes it's just one of the challenges of coming to a track like this.
And teams attempt to combat that using repeaters and all this technology, but it just doesn't work when you're going over this large a space, these radios. And to your point, you have these spotters around, and sometimes if you're parked in these red flags, you have to relay the message to your crew chief through one of the spotters. I was having to do that yesterday, so there's your spotters there heading to the celebrity tour that you mentioned.
Yeah, going to L.A. later. Look at Beaver's house.
And these were all the locations that they had spotters. There's been some teams discussing for tomorrow, and even teams here today, that were adding some possible spotters around this racetrack just in the event that there was a crash. You know, that T turn 14, 15 chicane, the main spotter has to look ahead, so can't see that. So some teams have adding someone there just to be watching for tomorrow. You know, some teams could be at 5 or 6 spotters.
These were a great idea. When we did the track walk, I saw the bus parked in turn 4, and when someone said it was the spotter stand, I kind of laughed. I'm like, there's no way. Great idea, though. We've seen them on scaffolding, but this is a cool idea to get them elevated enough. You know, to be a spotter, you normally want to be on the roof, and at a track like this, there's not a lot of areas to stand. You see those? You see, there's not many of them left either, based on that wreck that we had.
They're
on the front stretch. Yeah.
They started this in the Chicago Street Course.
Yeah, great idea.
It does. It just elevates them above the fencing well, and there's been some learnings from that street course, which was the first one in NASCAR. One time we came, the second year we came there, they put banners up on the fences. The spotters couldn't see through those, so they removed those in those areas. So all part of the learning experience of street course racing.
What do you have for us, Kim?
I've got Chad Haney, the crew chief for Austin Hill in the 21. They did get a little bit of damage. I heard Austin on the radio say he can see body damage in his rear view. I know you were waiting on pictures. How bad do you think it is? Will you have to come down pit road?
Yeah, I hope not. I mean, we're definitely not in our window yet. We need to run a few more here, but we're not going to come unless we have to. But, yeah, he can't really tell. None of the spotters been able to see it. So as soon as we get some pictures and we see it, we'll make a plan here what we got to do next.
All right, you're not in your window. Let's say you do have to come down. Do you roll big and hope for some cautions and not having to come back down for a second fuel stop?
Yeah, I mean, I think that would be our plan at this point. But we have another set of tires with our strategy so far. So if we got to fire them on late, if we're in trouble, we'll just have to do it.
All right, good luck.
Okay, thank you.
Dylan?
Kim, Danny Eflin is the crew chief for Parker Retzloff, who runs in the 3rd spot right now. So I was listening to the radio. I think I understood your strategy, but do these 2 back-to-back early yellows in the stage help you guys or make things more complicated for you?
Well, I think they always make things complicated, but no, certainly helped us a little bit there. We chose to stretch it on fuel. Hopefully we saved a little bit to continue with our strategy. Caution laps are helping that. I think we kind of laid our bet on our strategy. We will have to pit again, but we would like to see it go green here and get some racing in.
I know Anthony just unfortunately went out in that incident, but you and the 96 both have run so well all weekend. What does that say just about the state of the program right now at Viking Motorsports, but also just the consistent hard work you guys have put in to get to this point?
You know, it's building blocks, and I think we came out of the gate pretty strong with the 99 this year. May have surprised a lot of guys, but expectations within the company are pretty high. Pretty high for the drivers and myself and Josh and, you know, everybody in competition there. So this is no surprise to us. We still have a long ways to go. I think this weekend was great for our road course program. I think we've learned a lot of things. Parker getting race up front, Anthony getting to race up front, you know, just giving them the experience to lead these races and restart at that competitive level. Hopefully we can carry it forward and keep building.
Certainly continue to impress week in and week out, and in a good spot right now in the 99 camp.
Well, you know, you think about Danny Eflin. Here's a guy that is a great leader for this organization. A year ago, he gets AM Racing in a good spot with Harrison Burton. They make the playoffs then, now the chase. And you look at our updated standings as we run on track, and there he is, Parker Retzlaff at plus 31. We talked about all the points they've gained here today, more through the stages than anybody. And as we head down the stretch here toward the chase, they're in a great spot.
Well, and I think this is one of the most impressive things if they're able to accomplish it, making the chase for Viking Motorsport, such a young race team in its infancy here, expanding 2 cars. And look who he's going to have to beat, who they're going to have to beat to get in there. Joe Gibbs Racing between Gray and Sawallich, Cruz, Junior Motorsports, and Raja Karuth, Ryan Sieg, and the Sieg Racing team that's, you know, been such a perennial chase contender. So this is a massive achievement if they're able to stay there and make the chase.
And one thing, guys, as we look at them trying to repair this fence, you know, there's a lot of times we see the track repair, and maybe it's on the inside wall and oval, and you're like, well, who cares? Like, the odds of somebody getting there again is slim to none. This is a vulnerable place of the racetrack. You know, we just saw that wreck there, and
we've
hang
lost
on.
our jet ski here.
You need some tide going your way, a little bit of current.
Whoa. Well, at least he's got a.
I think that's Corey Day, actually, out there on a jet ski.
He's feeling the anxiety of the moment. He has no idea this moment is transpiring on national television.
Millions of people are seeing
I apologize in advance. Hey, you know, we see the work that's going on to get this track back where you want it. And I remember coming out here 15, 16 months ago and just starting to hear the whispers about the possibility of running a race here. And you're like, what? Wait, a street race on a military base? It just seemed like such a far-fetched idea. And then as time went on, the momentum built, and everything that went into it, you know, continued to check all the boxes. And now here we are. And I just think about the group here in San Diego that's been dedicated to putting in the time to make sure it can happen. Everybody from NASCAR on the operations team, the folks with our, you know, United States Navy that have played such a huge role in making sure that, you know, they're matching up with everything they have to from a security standpoint, but yet allowing NASCAR the ability to come in and make it happen. Just across the board, there's so much that has gone into making NASCAR San Diego and racing here on the Naval Base a possibility, and now to see it playing out is just remarkable.
When Parker and I were down doing the pre-race show, my son's with me this weekend, and we were walking through, and like, look how many people are here. And I was, you know, telling him, I'm like, listen, this is why it's so important that we get to go to these new venues. When you think about going to Chicago for the first time and the excitement behind the race, here we are in San Diego. And 10 years ago, this wasn't even a thought. Like, we kind of had these schedules, and it was almost the same. You went to Pocono the same time every year for however many years, and then you went to Loudon and Charlotte, all those places. But coming to these new venues, and the fact that this is an option, that we can build a track on a naval base or in the streets through downtown and make it an awesome racetrack like we see today, it's a great way to help build the sport. And you have to give NASCAR props for, first off, spending the money to come do this. These are extremely expensive events to put on, but then just the magnitude of how special the events are and everything around it it's a 10 out of 10.
And to that point, the logistics of putting this all together and everything it takes from NASCAR and working with the military and all, just even down to the little things of how you get in and out of this facility and allowing, you know, all these fans to show up and have a great experience and all that you put together. And Chicago led to this because it proved we could do a street course, right? And that you know, NASCAR could operate that, and took learnings from that to be able to make this happen on a naval base. It's so cool. And to your, I agree with you, modern day NASCAR is so diverse in the schedule, and it's gotten to where, you know, there's nowhere we can't race in a lot of respects. If you can put walls up and there's asphalt, we'll find a way to race on it. And I think it's an awesome way for NASCAR to, you know, be, as we look at some of our cameramen around the track.
Well, we got to salute our crew, because we talk about everything that goes into this, but there's a tremendous multiplier for us on the broadcast side, and it's great to have Goat back with us. I mean, had some health issues back at the track. Awesome to see him. I mean, we just you can't say enough about Brad Hutton and what he means to our TV community, and it's great to have him here across the board. The men and women that bring these races to you from a television perspective, they come in early, they leave late, they have sparkling attitudes, and Drano is here for the weekend.
Drano needs a little, Drano, you need a little sunscreen, bud. Look a little red.
I love it. Thanks to all.
Past the point. Oh, man.
Second red flag of the day. We'll continue our coverage from San Diego in a moment. Appreciate you hanging with us on CW. NASCAR San Diego weekend is presented by Anduril, official defense partner of NASCAR. So now we look at the drivers that were involved in this crash that's brought out our second red flag, and repairs continue to the wall down in turn 1. In all, 23 drivers involved in this crash.
Be easier to show you who wasn't in it than who was.
There's going to be plenty of souvenirs and carnage for the fans to take home with them.
Well, 9 of the 12 that were involved were above the chase cut line when the day began. Let's hear now from Sam Mayer.
Yeah, Adam, Sam Mayer checked and released from the infield care center. First of all, that was a brutal hit we saw you take. Are you okay?
Yeah, I mean, first off, I just want to say sorry to everybody in the field. I'm looking at the people who are involved in the crash, and it's literally everybody. So just sorry to all the people that have to put work in now because of my mistake. And, yeah, just brutal, and definitely hate that for everybody. The Audubon Chevy was really good today, and I mean, what am I doing? I got to be better. I got to be a lot better, and I'm going to learn from this. I'm going to be better. Got to stay locked in no matter what happens to you, and just keep moving forward, you know. So, yeah, I'm going to sleep this one off, but got to be better in the future.
Driver errors are tough to deal with. I can tell you're visibly upset, but what do you think led to you making that mistake there?
It's just the visuals are hard here. With not having an inside catch fence, it's hard to see the inside wall when you're following people. So just not putting my car in the right place, unfortunately. And I was conservative all day with that, and I knew that it was getting down to crunch time, and I had to be a little more aggressive on restarts to not get put 3 wide. And I felt like I was going to have a pretty decent run because the 99 didn't get that good of a restart. So we were going to be there, and I just got a little too aggressive, and it bit me today, and obviously got everyone else involved. So I hate it for everybody involved, hate it for these Haas Factory boys. Yeah, I'm going to have to go around the whole garage and apologize, and that's never a fun feeling.
Thanks, Sam.
Thank you.
Well, our job up here as we watch these races and we watch accidents happen is to give our perspective. And I would like to wrap my arm around him right now and be like, it's okay. Listen, if you've watched the practice from the start of the trucks yesterday through O'Reilly and Cup, the amount of people that have hit inside and outside walls, it's a significantly longer list than people that haven't. And unfortunately for Sam, he was at the front of the pack and he hit a wall in a very fast place, but he should not beat himself up over this. He was out there trying to win the race, and he made a mistake. I think this is a completely different situation than when you cause a wreck at a Daytona or a Talladega from being aggressive and maybe it's in a bump draft or something. Those are ones where you're like, I hated that I got the whole field. But listen, this is a product of your environment.
And what Sam referenced there, the visuals and not having an inside catch fence, what he's saying is, and we talked about it when we went on board and we were up top, he can't see anything, and that's why Austin Hill hit that wall, because he's referencing off Sam as well. And so, that is part of why I called that corner the most treacherous on the racetrack, exactly what he's describing there, where you just couldn't see, and you're playing a game of chicken with that wall every lap, and especially every restart. And as the importance of those restarts ramp up, like he mentioned, you're going to take more risk, and he took that risk. And Sam's 22 years old. He's been in this series for many seasons. He wears emotions on his sleeve. He's a really good kid. He's a great road course racer. You hate to see him that dejected, and obviously he's taking that responsibility, which shows great maturity. If Sam maybe that wouldn't have done that just a couple years ago. And we've watched him grow up in real time in this series. But, yeah, I think he's being slightly harsh on himself. I agree with you there, because this is just an incredibly difficult corner, difficult circumstances on restarts, and it's inevitable that this was going to happen when you're going to push it as hard as they are, and how important these restarts are.
As we work to get the track back to a raceable condition, we want to relive the opportunity that Parker had to come out here to Naval Base Coronado, huh?
Yeah. This was fun. A couple weeks ago, I got the opportunity to do a little bit of training here on the Naval Base. I've always thought it'd be cool to experience what these men and women of the armed forces do training-wise, and I walked away from it saying, I think I was best as a race car driver. But they're very brave souls who do all that they do in the armed forces.
Let's check it out.
So right now we're standing beside what's going to be the track, a portion of it. Some of the construction we're seeing is that they're repaving some of these sections.
They're repaving almost the entire section.
The whole thing.
Covering up a lot of the tracks, doing major road improvement on what will be the track layout.
My racing brain is trying to establish, okay, what is this like as a driver? We're going to have race cars and an aircraft carrier. That's going to be insane.
Probably some of the most scenic and iconic shots are going to be right in this area.
Got it.
Because as you just said, aircraft carrier, the race, NASCAR, it's going to be amazing.
We're going to be kind of close and personal today, so
okay.
hopefully you'd like
Hey, it's good to know you.
The amount of gear we're wearing right now is the next level. I am sweating profusely through this whole thing right now.
It makes you appreciate a shower a little bit more.
Yes, it does.
With this, the purpose is to get in, protect the crews, get a line between the crews and the fire.
There you go, good job. About ready to run. I'm gonna be behind you, okay?
You guys good? All right. That was awesome. Thank you.
Of course,
Appreciate
brother.
it.
You did a great job.
That was crazy.
If you ever need a second career, let me know.
Thank you. That's very kind of you. I'm very sweaty. I'm a little out of breath.
Yeah.
That's a hell of a morning.
Yes,
Thanks for all you do.
Of course. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it.
It's so cool. It's dark, and there's just all this water rushing into the room. And all the young men and women are doing their different jobs, plugging all these different places that the water's rushing through. Everyone's got a roll. You got to have one. You can't just sit there idle. I found a roll by taking a light, which was very helpful. All right, good job. We are done. And then eventually they're like, all right, now we're going to go through the top. They open it, the water starts rushing out. You're like, I'm going to walk in that? And it's literally like crawling through a fire hose. You can't see anything. There's water rushing all around you. And then suddenly you pop out the other side and there's people there to help you out. That was a wild experience. Massive respect to all these men and women, you know, to go through this type of training. It's hard to conceptualize. So you just get, hey, oh, thank you.
This is a challenge point. This is from our firefighting schoolhouse. It's to signify that you completed the wet trainer and that you did an outstanding job.
Hey, outstanding job. I don't like to say there's heroes, but let's be honest.
This is a hero right here.
Hey.
Sailors do a great job out here at Naval Base San Diego, covering all the metro installations in the bay. Super proud of them. You know, they have a tough job. They come out here and do it every day to support their family, support the nation.
This is so cool.
Yeah.
You've seen it all. You've experienced everything today, and we're just really glad that a takeaway from you is just how much of an enormous endeavor this is and the partnership between NASCAR and the Navy.
This has absolutely been unbelievable. I can't wait till we're here at this race because this is just going to be the most amazing thing. What a day. McMurray, you missed out, buddy.
Nice effort there, Parker.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
I noticed they sent the young guy to do that.
Yeah, it was weird McMurray wasn't there, crawling through the fire hose that I was going through there. I also changed a tire in an F-18. That took a while, though. That was about 30 minutes of changing a tire. And you realize the reason is on an $80 million piece of machinery, you don't want to
take your time.
Yeah, take a little bit.
No cross threads.
No, absolutely not. That would be a bad thing.
Yep.
What do you have for us, Heather?
Well, William Sawalich is checked and released from the infield care center. William, you were kind of caught up in the middle of that mess there. We're going to roll a replay for you if you could just kind of walk us through what you saw from your seat.
Sure. Yeah, we were all going to turn one. I don't know who bounced off the inside wall, maybe the 41. But, yeah, just kind of know where to go. You know, it's already really tight there, too wide. So when you're on the outside and they just come back in, you don't have any options. So it is what it is, and, you know, we got to make the points up next week.
Speaking of next week, you're going to another road course. Based on the performance you had prior to this incident, do you feel confident you'll bring a strong race car there?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we got third there last year, and we're obviously improving on every track that we're at, so our program's really good, so tons of confidence going in.
An early end to William Sawalich say here, guys.
Yeah, I mean, you think about this race and what an opportunity it provides for so many drivers. And I think when you make that list, someone that you would think of right away is William Sawalich, good road racer. As we talked earlier, you don't have to deal with a guy like Zilich or Shane Van Gisbergen, and so maybe, you know, the opportunity is there to go out and get a win and help your point situation, and unfortunately he ends up crashed and hoping to come back and get him next week. And, you know, the other thing I'd say is what this does to tax all these race teams, because we've damaged so many cars today. There's 6 cars in the race that, you know, haven't had some kind of a problem, and with that, you go to another road course race next week. How do you manage your fleet and all that? Just a lot of compounding issues from this.
Yeah, we talked about Corey Day and, you know, what they were going to have to go through to get another car out here if he tore this car up today. And we've seen how many guys were caught up in this that are going to have to go to backup cars last week. And, you know, one thing I talked about is, you know, about Mayer not beating himself up, because we've seen so many people hit the walls. There's only been 6 guys that have not had an issue this weekend in the race today. So it's the majority, and some have been less than others, but a lot of impacts this weekend.
Let's go back down to Heather.
And here now with Anthony Alfredo, who's also been released from the care center. But Anthony, I see you're kind of favoring your left foot or ankle here. How are you feeling and what's happening there?
Oh, I'm fine, thankfully. I was by far the biggest hit of my entire life by a mile, and I've hit pretty hard a few times. Just knocked the wind out of me, and I banged both my legs up a little bit, but my left's Pretty sore. The infield care center did a great job helping me out there. I just had a little trouble getting out of the race car, but I haven't even seen a replay. This is the first time it's a little spotty for me. Sam apologized to me in there, so I guess it was his fault, but I mean, that's a mess. We need Poop School Dude Wipes to clean that up. And speaking of Poop School Dude Wipes, that Chevrolet was flying today. I'm glad if we had to have a big wreck like that, it was at the front racing for the win and not in the back. It just sucks to not see that through. That's one of the best race cars I've ever driven, and being competitive on a road course is something I've been working towards for a long time, and it was really fun to see my efforts pay off to be competitive and go toe-to-toe with some of the better guys. And honestly, Viking Motorsports as a whole, to have my teammate and I both in position to potentially win the race and race up front all day is a huge testament to what we've been building here in such a short amount of time. I couldn't be more thankful for Don and Suzanne believing in me, giving me this opportunity. Of course, Dude Wipes, Botticelli, Big Rack Spirits, all of our partners, Vivia, Ohio Logistics. We have so many brands that are a part of this organization that allow us to get to the track every week, whether it's one race or 10 races that they're on the car. And I'm blessed to do what I love. So all glory to God for keeping me safe, giving me a shot to go out there and have the chance to win. That's all you could really ask for. It just doesn't always go your way, and sometimes it's not in the cards. So we'll re-rack, rebuild, go to Sonoma, try to haul the mail.
Thanks, Anthony, and heal up, and we'll see you next week.
Appreciate it.
You know, these guys, we interview them when they come out of the infield care center, and speaking from recent experience, I was just there. They make all these drivers do a concussion protocol earlier in the season. It's called the King Devic test. It's super simple. It's literally some numbers on an iPad. You read across. Everybody can do it. They time you on what how long it takes you to do it. Everybody has a different baseline. And then if you get in a big impact wreck like that and they think you could have a concussion, you obviously meet with a doctor. They go through the normal protocol you'd have, but then because they have this King Devic test on file, they will make you do that again and just kind of make sure that you're all okay. And you know, I think this is the hardest part of being a race car driver, is to go out, be in a race, go through the emotional roller coaster of, especially for Alfredo, who we're seeing right here. I think he might be in a position to win his first race today, have a restart, get caught up in a wreck, go through the biggest wreck. When you hear somebody say that immediately after a wreck, a lot of times guys will downplay that. That was a massive impact that he had right there, to then go through that whole concussion protocol, have them pick you apart, and then come out and have to talk about it. It's hard, and kudos to all these guys for giving us these interviews.
And he definitely gave us a great idea of what happened there.
So look at this. We had a fan.
He thinks that's Matt Kinson.
Hopped the fence and got on track. What's Sheldon Creed thinking right here?
Oh my God, do you have a Sharpie?
What is happening?
He didn't even get a selfie. I mean, you talk about a missed opportunity.
Well, I'm going to tell you, we're on a military base. They will find you.
Sheldon's like, you got to get out of here, man.
How did he get on the track?
Well, look how he gets off. Look at him exit.
Flip-flops. He has flip-flops on.
Now watch this. He loses one. He's going to lose a flip-flop. Here, watch, his shoe comes off. He's got to hop the other fence.
Oh.
Yeah, no problem.
That's this one really well.
I mean, this is impressive.
Oh, he's in a hurry.
Yeah.
He thinks he's blending in here, but
I
has
think
no
I'd
idea.
take my hat off.
There's cameras all around here.
This ought to be good. Here's 00 radio.
I think he's wasted. I didn't even understand what he was saying. I just let the officials know that we do have no part of this guy. They're running after him now.
His picture will be in the paper in the morning.
Yeah. I think he could have left, out of his wasted on that comment.
They're going to look into that for sure.
There are those that have authority to climb
to be
the
there.
fence, and then those who do not. All right, we'll take a break. We're literally seeing it all at our first trip to Naval Base Coronado. Yeah, that's saying something with this group. for those of you joining us for Banana Ball, the Party Animals versus the Texas Tailgaters, live from Nashville. It will start on the CW app and move here to the CW at the conclusion of our coverage here in San Diego. First pitch is scheduled for 8:35 Eastern time. So we're just about to get there. Hang with us and we'll get you live on CW when things wrap up here in San Diego. What a day. I mean, just remarkable what we've seen. A pair of red flags, one early in the race on the opening lap and one here on this restart, this most recent restart. And it's taken a number of drivers and sent them behind the wall.
As we watch this track repair continue here off of turn 1, you know, one thing to kind of factor in here is we're just over halfway in this race, laps-wise. And these drivers have been sitting in these cars for over 3 hours. And you think about the normal cup race, 3.5 hours or so, 3:45. And under red flag, you don't run all the cooling devices in there. You don't want to drain the battery, so you're just roasting inside these cars for hours on end. Let's take a listen to the 99's radio.
Doug, is there like a time limit? Yeah, man. 7:45, we start the process of ending the race because of darkness, so I think it's very possible that we can get there. Keep hydrating, man. We still have a long way to go.
Yeah, I mean, here you see it, the adverse conditions rule. And never would have imagined that would come into play today. But once the leader crosses the start-finish line after 7:45, we'll see the white the next time around. Then we'll get to the checkered flag. There will be no overtime under this rules configuration. Now, you know, we still got a little ways to go to get there. But when you think about how this race is played out and the amount of time we have left, I mean, you got to be thinking about all this stuff.
So a couple of things. I'll be the optimist here. We have about an hour of racing left if this were to start and run green. We've also eliminated a lot of cars. So the fact that we have less cars on the track, you have less opportunities. Also, after you go through a massive wreck like that, people tend to think a little bit differently. Especially the one thing that's unique here that when you go to an oval track, there's normally a big screen and guys can see replays and exactly what happened. A lot of these guys are just sitting here. They don't know. They're just getting explanations. That's a good sign.
That's a great sign. We're cranking engines in the optimism category. Get these cars rolling again.
Great job getting that fixed. That went quicker than I thought it was going to.
I think they still have a little bit of work to do, but as NASCAR will run out the caution cycle here, I think they can get a lot of that done and completed.
And the drivers are going to like that. And you mentioned them sitting in there.
Having the engine fired is a plus.
You got to turn the battery off when you're sitting still like that under red, or the driver cooling will just drain the battery in fairly quick time, so they won't let you run that. You can't run it. So once you can start the engine, even though you might go through the pain of trying to save fuel, you at least get to have cooling.
Cool. If you wear a cool suit, you'll have that running. If you run a cool air to your helmet, you'll have that, and it's a way better feel than just roasting in there under a red flag.
I just go back to what we talked about earlier. See the damage here for Preston Pardis. Just the thought process mentally of what drivers go through, and the stop and the go, and now another extended red flag, and just the challenges that come with all that. It's just a lot.
Well, and these guys are all going to get a good look now. You know, everyone was hoping TV was going to show the damage to their car, but like the spotters can't see everywhere, the cameras don't get every angle that you want to on a track this big. So now they're all going to get a chance to get a look. And the reason they want to see that before is because you get a game plan together. Exactly what do we need to get this patched? What are we going to have to replace? What are we going to have to fix?
We knew we'd have some takers on pit road because of, the cars that are banged up. By the way, the red flags today, over 18 minutes on that one that occurred lap 1. And the crash here that happened with a restart at lap 35, 43 minutes and 10 seconds. Over an hour's worth of red flag time today.
There's Parker, and Kim's pick. Brent Cruz right there. Not massive damage, but clearly going to lose a little track position.
Still got a lot of racing left.
He shows right now.
You can shut it off if you want to.
Still above the chase cut line, does Brent Cruz.
This is a car we also think is capable of winning, and when you look at damage, if you can have damage, that door is a tremendous place to have it. It's not going to really affect the handling or the aero of the car.
But the reason they're putting that bare bond on it, they do not want that to open up. If you lose that foam inside there, or have that open up, you'd have to come in and fix it. So try to secure it.
The fact that his nose and tail, though, look as good as they do, that car is going to be just fine. See, they're just getting to make sure the hood is sealed up. There's been some contact there, but based on a lot of these other cars, this one's looking really good.
Closed captioning for today's race. Brought to you by Tableau TV. Watch, pause, and record live TV for free.
These guys aren't going to have a lot of time to work on these cars. We know how long the caution laps take, but one thing NASCAR has done an exceptional job of this weekend is not running any more caution laps than you have to, because it takes so long to get around. Really only getting about 2 when a caution comes out before it's time to go, so they won't have a lot of time to fix these.
It'll also be, once we have all this sort of cycle through and where they come out, to see how far behind Brent Cruz and Austin Hill will be traffic-wise. We know how many cars were involved in that wreck, but where will they all sort of sort out here?
Yeah, a lot of times you'll catch back up to the pace car, so you can then work on it and try to, you know, stay closed up. But the fact that you just don't have that many caution laps here, and you have a long time to work on it. See Austin Green, another guy that had a great day going. He's gotten into the wall, but it doesn't look as bad as some of them we've seen. See, those right side tires have no lettering on them, so
I was wondering if they're
going to put some tires on here.
You see a little right door damage there, just ahead of the door. For Jesse Love, he, had that right side rear quarter panel tore back. Just was wondering if they'd even be able to still fuel the car. It looked like they got it fixed a little bit. Let's head down to Dylan.
Well, Parker, I'm back at the Arby's pit box here, and I'm sitting down here at the crew chief's table to try to figure out some strategy for what these front runners are going to do here. Now, my strategy on my screen is telling me to pit for an Arby's cheesesteak sandwich because it's dinner time here on the West Coast and well past dinner time on the East Coast, and I'm hungry, so these look very good. But I think the thing to watch for these front 3 guys that are on a little bit different strategy, they were all planning to pit pretty early after we went back racing under green, just to try to be the first one to make their final pit stop. That covers you. If we get another yellow, you don't have to worry about pitting. Taylor Gray, they did that at Kansas and won the race. They were the first one to pit last. So with all of these yellows and now these red flags, certainly it's a very fluid situation. But I think the plan still for the front three would be to try to pit as soon as you can, as soon as you feel like you're comfortable to your window, and then maybe still bank on some yellows later on just to get yourself to the finish.
You know, the other thing to think about here, row 2 for the restart, going to be Junior Motorsports, Sammy Smith and Carson Quapple, both looking for their first win of the year. For Carson, looking for the first win of his career. Junior Motorsports has won the last 11 races on road and street courses, so that streak very much on the line here, and it could be a huge day for either one of those drivers to pull into victory lane.
Jeb Burton, another one of those guys, able to get through that wreck with minimal damage, and now finds himself in a top 10, 5th position right now.
Well, Patrick Starpoli, he emerged from that wreck without any damage. He's in 8th right now for Big Machine Racing. This could be a huge day for him as well. So others' misfortune is others' opportunity, as we know in this racing game.
Well, Alex LeBay, top 10. Ryan Sieg, top 10, celebrating his 39th birthday. So, I mean, you got a few upset specials there, restarting inside the top 10. Front row, Gray and Retzloff. We've seen this movie before. How does it play out this time? 24 laps to go.
Pretty even start by both of those guys on the front row. Both of them had another shot, opportunity at that. You see everybody getting in line right there where the wall was. Oh, Carson actually gets into the wall.
Retzloff dives into the race lead. Side by side for 3rd. Teammates Quapple and Smith. Creed waiting in the wings.
Carson Quapple is dangerous on these restarts. He's fully committed saw him get into the wall a little bit. He came from a long ways back to get up beside his teammate Sammy Smith and gets that 3rd position.
He's obviously got a great brake marker there down into turn 2. He's able to be so aggressive on the inside, but get it stopped when it doesn't look like he's going to be able to. Retzloff jetting away from Gray right now.
Retzloff got a huge run off the exit of turn 3. And I talked about late in stage 2. He ran 2nd fastest lap of the race, and he is right back where he was. Great pace out of that 99 car today.
Well, you talk about Carson Quapple, and he's on the good side of the tires. Last pitted at lap 24. Those other guys up there last pitted at lap 16. So we'll see if he can make good on that here.
Saw a little bit of contact with Carson getting into the outside wall right there. Not bad. Got to think that oil drive played a little fact, but watch him drive in here on the left side of his teammate Sammy Smith. Has now got a battle for 2nd with Carson putting some pressure on Taylor Gray.
Carson's flying. Remember back a year ago at Kodo, and he was so fast at a road course, and he's shown glimpses of this at others.
Well, and you know what? He'll be in the 91 next week. That'll be his last start driving for DGM as he puts his schedule together. So you want to take advantage when you're driving the 1. And when we get to the chase, this is the car he'll be in exclusively. But you want to go out and make the most of these opportunities, and he's very much in the game right now.
We talked about Austin Hill being really good in the braking zones. Carson Quapple's the same way. That's where he's making up all of his lap time. Doesn't look to me like he can go through the flowy section of the track as quick as these guys, but his commitment and how deep he can get in the corner and get that one Bass Pro Shop Chevy slowed down, pretty impressive to see. This is a great perspective you get to have right here, this aerial view of watching these guys manage this, and you can see the braking capability, who's willing to sail it off in the corner and who can't. We get a good look here, watching those guys all close up on one another, and then who can out-accelerate on the exit of the corners.
Yeah, look how much Carson Quapple made up there. It's like 2 car lengths at least.
Again, look at that, getting into the corners. Gosh, he's so tight to the wall. See if he can get a good run right here out of 3. We saw last lap, he was really good in this section. He's gonna set Taylor Gray up. He's gonna hope he can stay tight to him through turn 5 right here. Be as tight as he can, and then, oh, he goes ahead and gets to the inside of him. And he's gonna be on the wrong side here. I would have thought he would have waited and then tried to outbrake him into turn 6.
One thing they're gonna start fighting here down this backstretch is the sun. Felt this yesterday in the truck race we got later in the day as Taylor Gray starts to hang on the inside.
Oh, he's gonna lose it.
A little bit of wheel hop, but now Carson's gonna be in the preferred lane.
Wow.
Take that position.
Boy, that's what happens. You apply a little pressure. The car danced on Gray. Quapple goes by.
See, Carson's gonna be a little wide here. See if he can get set back up.
All right, riding with Sammy Smith. Looking at his telemetry, brought to you by Safe Light.
That's Honeyman getting out of the way. The 92.
54 struggling right now. You see him miss the apex of both of those corners. Can't tell if he can't turn or if the back's just sliding and not letting him be able to turn the wheel. One car is flying up ahead. Looks like to me like he's run Retzloff down by quite a bit. Look at that again in the braking zone. Unbelievable how good this one car is in the braking zones. This will be another great perspective like we saw last time. Getting into turn 2, it's all about right here, just not losing ground, staying as tight as you can. He just wants to be within a car length of the 99, and if he does that, with what we've been able to see.
That was just the fastest lap of the race by Carson Quapple right there.
Retzloff has done a great job managing with the lead.
There it is.
Here comes Quapple, looking to the inside, turn 2, can't quite get there.
I would beg him to be patient right here. He's got the best car. Just get him set up. Use turn 6 as your pass. It's the heaviest braking zone, and if you're good at passing, oh, he's gonna fire it to the inside right here.
Here he is, new race leader. Carson Quapple coming to turn 4, on point at Naval Base Coronado.
Well, and he is on slightly fresher tires, so not completely surprised here. He's got about 6 or 8 laps, better tires.
Well, now if you're him, you just gap him as much as you can, create the separation, and create as much distance for when you make that green flag pit stop.
Right, and that wreck, took a lot of cars out of this race, as you mentioned earlier, Jamie. Leaves less chances for cautions. This could have a green feel to it. Get as big a gap as you possibly can.
Yeah, but here's the thing with this track. It will bite you if you let your guard down, and that's what we've seen today is just can't let that down. This track's so narrow, it's so fast. It could be wheel hop, it can be brushing a wall, tire barriers. They face it all here today.
Well, the other question you ask here, when do you make that last pit stop? Because we're closing now on the window of being able to pit, make it to the end. And I would guess that both Retzloff and Gray will have to come earlier than Quapple based on when they made their last pit stop.
And I would want to have at least one green-white checkered in my book here.
Yes.
Yesterday, just multiple ones. It went on forever.
Well, think about what that does here from a mileage perspective, right? Going to be 21 to go when we come back this time.
So fitting to have a patriotic scheme on that Bass Shop's car with where we are being the 250th anniversary of our country. Johnny Morris, he's happy seeing that out front.
And what a big moment for Carson Quapple. How close he has been to that first win.
Gosh, look at those cars jump as they go across that. To jump, little throttle, then get on the brakes hard down the hill. This would be a popular win, too, for him. He's earned it. He's put his time in, and I feel like if you go back to Phoenix earlier this year, looked like he had a race won, and I think that would have changed the trajectory of his season, just the confidence it gives you.
And there's a long way to go right here, but it's, the idea of controlling a race like this, putting yourself in position. He's done this so often. Eventually, you think he has the chance to close it out, right? And it just hasn't been able to get that done. We've got a long way to go, but this is such a confidence builder for him to be able to take the lead of a race like this late in stage 3 and start to vault away from the field.
Well, he could be the 6th different driver from Junior Motorsports to win this year. They've already won 11 times, and they set the record last year for most different drivers getting to victory lane with 6, so they could match that if Quapple's able to finish the day this afternoon. This one team has been to victory lane twice with Connor Zilich, but Quapple trying to get it done for the first time. The other thing I would say is you look to connect some dots. Lane Riggs won yesterday in the Truck Series race. 2nd generation driver. Scott was so good in the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series, his dad. And we know about Carson's father, Travis, who was outstanding as a Truck Series champion in NASCAR.
We talk about how fast Carson Quapple's been able to run. The other car to keep your eye on right now is the 00 Sheldon Creed. He's running matching lap times with the leader. You see he's got a little work to do to get by both Retzloff and Gray, but Creed has a really fast car, and when I think about aggressive drivers, especially in braking zone, dude, Sheldon Creed will put it on the edge.
That was Taylor Gray radio, so the time is now for them, making that pit stop with 20 laps to go.
Well, and that's going to help Creed. He will not have to pass Taylor Gray. He'll get almost a freebie right there to try to put down a really fast lap here. And, Parker referenced the fastest lap being run a little bit ago. I don't know that putting the tires on, like how much, when you fill that up full of fuel, the weight difference, how much of an advantage that's going to be.
Oh, we've got, look at that spun around here.
Yeah, and that's put the tire barrier out. When these guys come around the next time in that section.
It's already a really tough section.
And you cannot see that until you're all the way and kind of committed to the corner. So we're going to look here to see exactly what happened.
Well, caution comes out now. Could be big for Taylor Gray, right?
Yeah, and
perfect timing.
Pace here. So that's actually moved more into the corner, so it's not actually as tricky, but Honeyman was off the pace and kind of got hit here by Patterson. Not kind of, definitely got hit.
See, Carson's really stretched that lead on Parker Retzloff, running about a half-second a lap quicker than what Retzloff is.
So you see on the map, where Taylor Gray is after making the pit stop in relation to race leader Carson Kvapil. Kvapil just coming through turn 8.
Well, when you time that pit stop out, there's multiple reasons you pit when you do. First off, the caution comes out, you're in a great position, but the crew chiefs also try to time that out so when you come back out on the track and you have these fresh tires, that you have clean track. But as I look at where he is and can see the rest of these cars, he's going to have to pass a lot of cars. He's not in a perfect position right here. So they did that just kind of basing on, hoping they could get a caution.
In the last 2 laps, we see multiple cars set their fastest lap of the race.
Parker, we're going to pit this time.
So 99 going to make his pit stop. And that makes sense because they were on the same cycle as Taylor Gray. Now the caution is out.
6 tire bundle. Do not.
Wow. Wow.
7th caution of the day.
Oh, the 99 was, you couldn't have waited 10 seconds.
Yeah.
20 seconds.
But here's the deal. What he has in his favor is that only one car's pitted.
Yes.
So they're going to cycle through. Honestly, I don't know that benefits the 54 as much because he's now going to have a lap on his tires and all these cars are going to have to pit and reset this.
That's a good point. What about Taylor Gray, Dylan?
Well, just kind of as we talked about, as we'll do a Toyota driver update quickly here on Taylor Gray. The first to pit last, that's why you pit early, so that way now you can cycle back to the front when everybody else makes their final stop. So this has been a pretty clean, consistent day for them. Taylor was really happy with the race car this morning, has been happy with it all weekend. And Jason Ratcliffe trying to work some magic again on top of the pit box. This move won them the race at Kansas, the oval earlier this year. Apples to oranges, sort of, but the philosophy of strategy, I think, remains the same, and the 54 is in a good spot here.
Yeah, it's not by coincidence that Ratcliffe is the all-time wins leader when it comes to crew chief victories in the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series. A bunch of pit stops when we come back. NASCAR on the CW is brought to you by United Rentals, official rental equipment partner of NASCAR and NASCAR Impact Partner. SafeLight, it's your windshield. Get it fixed any way you want at safelight.com. And by O'Reilly Auto Parts, your professional parts people. Back at Naval Base Coronado under caution, we look at our Mobile One leaderboard. It's Carson Quapple leading the way. Parker Retzloff is second. Creed, Hill, Smith, the top 5. I want to look at Austin Hill. Kim brought up a really, really good point during the break. He pitted at lap 35 for damage repair.
It's open. They keep trying to cycle it. It's a quick yellow.
Gosh. You know, they were right. They were right on the edge. Taylor Gray.
We're going to make it, Danny. We're not even into 13 yet.
Oh, such a tough break.
Ah, that is heartbreaking.
You think back to the end of stage 2 when his team was saying it was more about fuel mileage at the time than going for the stage win.
Well, you just think about the timing of the caution, because we were like, you know, another 10, 15 seconds, he's going to make it to pit road. They were planning to come down and pit. I go back, though, to Austin Hill, who's now cycled up to 3rd in the running order with the problems Retzloff is having. He pitted at lap 35. Now, 25 laps is a long way, but we're getting some cautions. You know, you start to wonder risk versus reward. Maybe is he the guy that could take over?
But if you're in 3rd, why wouldn't you just put tires on? Try to outrun him just on speed, because his car doesn't look that torn up. I don't know why it's worth taking that risk.
Yep, there you go. He is pitting. Hey, at the very least, he's got good track position here when he makes the pit stop after being involved in the crash earlier. Quapple leads him down, Kim.
And those that will come down include Sheldon Creed in the double zero. He told his team just need a little bit of drive off and lateral, but the good news is he said this is the best the car has been all day long. Slight air pressure adjustment for Sheldon. Dylan?
Carson Quapple right of the screen. The one car has been battling a loose condition for most of the day, and that was his feedback again to Rodney Childers. Little free, but I think we're pretty good overall. They'll change 4 tires and fuel and no significant adjustments for the one.
So Taylor Gray stays out. He had pitted under green. Harrison Burton the first off.
Ooh, a little contact right there.
And you see him come out behind him. Dawson Cram and Austin Hill, the first of those that was up there in that lead pack before the caution came out.
Look how fast they got to Parker Retzloff.
Yeah, big.
It's huge for him to not lose a lap in this instance. We talked about how many cars have been involved in incidents today. They have a fast car. If they can get this fueled up, the tires on it, get the engine started, they're going to still be in decent shape. It's going to take them out of racing for the win, but it's good. It'd be good for them.
Dylan?
Yeah, and you can see he is finally trying to make it here. I don't know if he's going to make it. I'm watching live here, and he is, I think he will make it. He's 2 stalls away right now. It's going to be a slow crawl, but he is going to make it. So they'll go around here and do routine service. Parker was pretty happy with the race car, has been all day, but obviously lost all that track position that they were going to have here with a smooth stop. So they'll try to do what they can. Long way to go here. 18 laps is plenty of time around this racetrack, and they know that they've got a good car, so just going to try to take care of it and get what they can with a good day today.
And there's a bit of a process to refire these cars once they run out of fuel as dry as they just did there. You got to keep the fuel going in, prime it, and then not try to pull away too early or that engine will give out again. Oh.
Oh. Wow. It's Joey Gase in the 53.
Right along with Sammy Smith here, get his perspective. Joey Gase is trying to do the right thing, get out of the way, but he's in the fast lane.
So officially 3 cars stayed out. We talked about Taylor Gray, Blaine Perkins also, and Preston Pardus. Harrison Burton got fuel only. They're having a shock issue, so they couldn't change tires there. That's the reason he was the first off pit road. You know, I look at that grouping back behind them, Austin Hill, Carson Quapple, and well, this is going to be an interesting restart here. Going to be right around, 15 laps to go, close to it when we get to green flag.
Man, it cost Creed a lot of spots there. It looked like he maybe had a car that could compete with Carson Quapple. Cost him 5 or 6 spots right there. Can't wait to see Taylor Gray. Does that car, you know, have the pace to run with the one? You saw how good Carson was in those braking zones.
Free pass Brennan Poole. He scored in 30th, 2 laps down, so this will get him to 1 lap down.
See Austin Hill right here doing the choose. Yeah, going to line up behind Taylor Gray, your leader. Blaine Perkins has a little bit of damage on the front of his car.
Yeah, as we watch them do the choose here, I want to zero in on that Mobil 1 car, that white 19. Brett Cruz, pole sitter, really fast. I think he was all of our picks on the pre-race. He didn't have the accession that we saw from Austin Hill after that last caution, was kind of far behind the field, but also you see the amount of damage he's got on this car. Major left front damage from that wreck, and even a little smoke coming out of the pipes.
Yeah, that's not good.
That's not good either. So this car might, ooh, yeah, that's not good. This car could be really
that might not survive the rest of the day.
So really, I think the favorite here today, coming into this race, obviously really damaged and possibly have an engine issue.
Justin Allgaier went to the garage as well. So going to miss out on potentially winning 3 in a row. Didn't work out for him today. Would have been his 4th win on a road course. Ryan Ellis had been to the garage. He's now back on track. Restart coming with 17 laps to go.
Couple of things to watch here. We know Taylor Gray's got a lap on his tires. I don't think that's going to affect him too much, but the car I have my eye on is the Bass Pro Shops car. You see the 3rd row back, Carson Kvapil. We've seen how aggressive he is in the braking zones. He has chose to be on that inside lane going down into turn 2. There is just zero doubt in my mind you're going to see him get to the inside of the 24.
And if you're Austin Hill in the 21 on the 2nd row, you're hoping to clear Harrison Burton and Blaine Perkins out of turn 1. So you have that clear turn into turn 2. That's going to be his goal. You know, Harrison Burton last put tires on at lap 31. So those are far older tires than some of those around him. So this will be interesting. Blaine, we haven't seen on the front row all day, and we've seen how tough it is to get the power down in that final corner.
Taylor Gray, good strategy, good race car. It's all worked out. He's up front. Restarting 17 laps to go. Blaine Perkins to his left.
Good restart by Blaine Perkins there.
Yeah, that whole outside row had a great restart.
Oh, but was really conservative into turn 1. Exactly
Got him jammed
what we talked
up.
about. Austin Hill was able to clear him easily.
Oh, they're going to be 4 wide. Look at Carson on the inside. This is going to get tight.
Little contact there. Everybody gets through. Kvapil able to get the spot.
That was big, though, for Kvapil to be able to clear both of those. Get some clean tracks. You see Sammy Smith now to the inside.
How about Raja Karuth back up there inside the top 10? Austin Green riding 7th. Trying to make something out of what's been a challenging day. Been beaten around a little bit.
This is going to be a great race for the lead as well. We got 3 of the best cars that have survived today, all with great track position.
Well, and I think this, go back to the end of stage 2 and the way that stage finished and how competitive the racing was. Got 3 really good cars up there getting after it.
Austin Green 3 wide down there into turn 6. Now outside of Harrison Burton. He was super fast in practice yesterday.
Harrison struggling just being on those old tires.
Oh, Patrick Starpoli really locked it up.
So much rubber. Oh, big contact from the inside.
That was Jesse Love into Jeb Burton. I'm not sure if they had someone helping Alex LeBay in the 0 there.
Oh, Carson
Look
gets in the 21 of Austin Hill right there.
Getting physical going to turn 12.
Well, there's a little bit of urgency right there from the 1 car. Not wanting to let the 54 get away, knowing he kind of had this race in control before that caution came out. We'll see right here, this next corner coming up. I don't know if he's going to be close enough behind Austin to be able to get inside of him. A little bit of a reset here, hoping he can outbrake him down into turn 2, where we've seen him be so good all day long.
And Gray is hoping that Austin Hill continues to play really good defense.
Has a massive lockup right there from Staropoli. Looks like the fronts were actually locked up, not the rear, which you don't see very often.
Here's Jesse Love coming into that corner.
Clobbered him. So Carson wasn't able to outbrake Austin Hill down into that corner, but we've also seen him make some really good passes as they exit this turn 2.
Took a look.
Yeah, Austin Hill, if he swings out right here, we saw Carson be able to fill that gap.
And you do that for 2 reasons. One, it puts a little cool air on the front of the car, cools your brakes, but also it just mentally gets inside the head of the driver ahead of you where they don't quite know if you've gotten there or not. Sometimes you can force them into a little bit of a mistake.
Well, and the one thing for Carson is, we talked about how good he is in the braking, but the other car that we talked about being so good in the braking is the guy in front of him. So not quite the advantage we've seen on other guys. We'll see if he makes a move right here.
Cruz on pit road.
There he goes.
For second, going to turn 6. There goes Quapple.
Wow, I can't believe he was able to get that under control. And then you almost got a little block there with the help of the wall, the way that's fed through.
That was impressive.
Really, yeah.
Super late on the brakes. Super controlled.
When it was almost a fake out, right? Like, It was almost like he stayed in line, like, I'm not going to pass you. And then he just rolled off the brake pedal, pulled to the right, was able to fill that gap. And that's Austin Hill knowing he's there. The spotter doesn't spot that particular section for you. It's Austin Hill having great awareness inside his car.
Quapple's easily the fastest car on the racetrack, just watching that. And that ability under the brakes right now.
Saw Bert Cruz on pit road. He's gone from above the cut line to below, and they're tied right now at the cut. Sawalich and Carruth. Talked about Raja having a good afternoon, just outside the top 10, even though he's been, he's had some issues here today. Didn't have all the track position he would have liked early. Plus 32 for Retzloff, who's taking advantage.
Yeah, fastest lap of the race was run by our leader, Taylor Gray, last time by. I can't wait to see what Carson can do now that he's got a little bit of clean air or clean track position. These guys just dogfighting out here.
Jesse Love, what a day for him. The penalty, you don't get to qualify. You have to make the pass-through penalty. And now he's inside the top 10.
And we have a new fastest lap of the race. That's Carson Quapple at a 2:16.0. That's a half-second faster than Taylor Gray's fastest lap of the race. The one car is full line right now. We watched Raja Cruz get the inside of Staropoli. Not quite there.
Staropoli did a great job. Great job.
Might be the race of the year for him so far.
Sammy Smith up to 4th.
What a feeling inside of that one car to be able to run somebody down at the end of the race. He passed Austin Hill 1 lap ago. Look at the ground that he has made up. It's not even close right now. Taylor Gray is going to be looking in his mirror. Spotters will be telling you how much he's catching you. So good in these braking zones, and it's hard to defend in that.
The shoe's kind of on the other foot here. Wasn't that long ago, Taylor Gray was knocking on the door, and finally got his first career win last year at Martinsville. Quapple trying to close on his first, and he is right there. Turn 8, turn 9. 10 and 11 coming your way.
And that was a defensive move right there by Taylor Gray going into that little switchback. Still gets a good exit right here. We saw Carson try to pass Austin Hill in this next section right here as they swing out. We'll see if he does it again. Oh, he thinks about it. Taylor missed the corner a little bit right there, probably looking in his mirror, not sure if Carson was going to be there.
And it's not only the brakes, you can also see how Carson's car just turns so much better in the center of each corner. He's just tinier, doesn't have to use as much radius or racetrack as Taylor Gray, which Taylor's being a little defensive, but also you can just see the turning ability of that one car right now.
Yeah, the one got a little bit tight, kind of missed that little switchback, lost some time, but again, makes it up in the braking zone. His plan here is get as close as I can.
Trying to charge entry. 3.
Off turn 16 to the start-finish line, 14 laps to go.
It's a long ways if you're the 54 car at this racetrack to try to defend. He's got to hope the one makes a mistake. Oh, that back of that car comes all the way off the ground. You see it leave black marks when it lands.
And Taylor, you saw there just a little defensive, being a little further away from the wall in the braking zone into 2. Doesn't feel like he has to defend here into 3.
Carson's pulling out, just giving him a little fake out, trying to make him overshoot the corners. Watch how high the back of this car gets right here. Wow, the splitters on the ground. That is the difference of like 2 feet at this racetrack, just hitting that bump just wrong. This is where he passed Austin Hill right here going into 6. Just don't know if he's close enough.
Didn't quite get the run there out of 5.
Not getting the exit that he needs, a little too far back. You'll see you probably make up some ground on him, but Taylor doing an awesome job. A lot of pressure on the 54 car, knowing that Carson's quicker than him behind.
And it gets tougher the longer you just sit there behind the 54. You're running in the hot air coming off that 54 car. It heats up the brakes, heats up your tires. Here he's going to look to the inside into 9. He's there.
Wapple's there.
Wow.
Drives by. A little contact. Gray can't do anything about it. Carson Quapple on point. It'll be 13 laps to go next time around.
And Taylor tried to defend that a little bit, kind of a partial kind of fade out, but the one's just so quick. You see he's trying to get a little bit of a gap here so he's not vulnerable as they get over here to the front or the back stretch chicane. We saw how fast Taylor Gray was through this section when he was in front of Carson. See if he can make up any ground right here. I gotta think the 1 is in a great position right here.
Yeah. And the key here for Carson now is to try and get a little bit of a gap. You hear 5, 10 car lengths back, and then just manage your race car. Take care of the rear tires, take care of the brakes. Don't hit the bumps like you just did launching in the air. That way, try to take care of it. Give it some mechanical sympathy right now at this really abrasive racetrack. You've got this race under control right now.
I look at our top 10, 8 different organizations there. 2 of the top 4 from Junior Motorsports going for their 12th consecutive win on a road or street course. Corey Day, I mean, just a remarkable weekend for that team. Everything they've been through, he's in line for a top 10 finish. Who could have ever believed that?
Tell you what, the 54 actually made up a little ground right there from the start of this lap to where we are right now. It's either that the 1 is just managing, like you said, not being overly aggressive and not making mistakes, or maybe the 54 has a little left in the tank.
Well, and I wonder about Austin Hill. What's he got up his sleeve right now? Maybe taking care of those rear tires a little bit on this run. Could be looking at a long green flag stretch here that we haven't had all day.
Last time by, matching the leader's pace, Austin Hill was.
Yeah, so he's been watching these 2. Just waiting in the wings right now. Obviously had a little damage from that massive wreck. But it seems like he has some speed in that car. He's caught back up to the 54.
Listen, it's not that the 54 is going quicker. It's that the 1 is not, because Austin Hill is narrowing that gap up. It's quite a bit this lap, throughout this lap, how much closer they're all getting together.
Let's hear from Brent Cruz, Heather.
Yeah, Brent Cruz out of the race early. He had some overheating issues there, but a lot of promise going into the day with your first career pole, leading 11 laps. What are the positives that you will take away from today's race?
Yeah, it's just a blessing to be here. This was a really cool event, and had a lot of speed today. Car was incredible and felt like we were really good as a group, and then just got involved in a bunch of different crashes. But yeah, unfortunately, with some tape on the grill to start, I think we lost a little bit of water, and then there at the end, it just got hot. So unfortunate for everybody. Obviously, I feel like we're the best car today, and sometimes it just doesn't all work out. But excited for Sonoma. Have a good couple places we're going to that I'm excited to shoot for, and rooting on my teammate Taylor Gray. Hopefully, he can go track down the 1 and get a win for JGR.
Fastest car last time by was the guy in 3rd place you see right there, Austin Hill.
Wily veteran lurking right there. We've talked about how many top 5s he's had at road courses, 16 in his O'Reilly racing career, but not a win. He always seems to be in the conversation at the front at the end of these road races. And he's a bit of a bulldog in some respects. It's how he extracts speed from the race car, but he also does a great job on the long runs at taking care of rear tires on these road courses.
He finished top 10 on the street course last summer in a Cup car at Chicago. So, I mean, that gives you an idea what he can do, this style of racing against the best in the business. How about the guy out front, Dylan, Carson Quapple?
Yeah, just want to do a quick through the field here and give Carson his flowers. You know, it's so interesting. You talk to all the different crew chiefs he's driving for this year. And 9 times out of 10, the first thing out of their mouth is, we just want to get a win for Carson. Everybody at Junior Motorsports and even at DGM is pulling the rope in the same direction just to try to get this kid into victory lane. He's been so close. Rodney Childers, the one on top of the pit box here this afternoon. And Carson is a great road racer. We saw it last year. He nearly won at COTA. He has Trans Am experience, so he knows what it takes to run well on these type of racetracks. This is not a fluke performance, just 12 laps away from trying to get his first career win. And right behind him is Taylor Gray. We've told you the strategy story of them all afternoon long. He is another sneaky good road racer. Finished 3rd at Watkins Glen the last time we were on one of these racetracks. And I talked to him yesterday. He feels like he felt like he was at about 85 to 90%. He said, I know where I can get that other 5 to 10%. I think he's shown it here and hasn't really put a wheel wrong all day long today, Kim.
Well, Dylan Austin Hill running in that 3rd position despite the damage from that big wreck. Still has a great car. Remember, road course is his only track type without a victory. Parker mentioned it. He's been so good at these tracks. 16 career top 5s on road courses, his most of any track type. And before the race, Austin telling me this is right in his wheelhouse, and crew chief Chad Haney telling me it's our race to lose. So maybe just a bit of tire management right now. From the 3rd position, we go to the 4th position. Sammy Smith, remember, had 2 separate spins earlier in the day, but has really stuck with it. Corey Shades said this morning he thought this would be a race of attrition. It certainly has been, and kudos to Sammy after those early incidents. Has kept it clean. As we look at the 00 of Sheldon Creed just passing Sammy Smith there, you see that overtake. Well, Sheldon Creed in front of friends and family this weekend. His hometown of Alpine, California, just about 40 minutes away from the race course. Over 30 friends and family, he told me, were here. They're spread out all around the racetrack, and he finished 5th last weekend at Pocono. This team really hoping to string together a number of good races after what was a rough patch the last month. And Jesse Love running in the 6th position. A race of perseverance, man, for this team. Remember, started from the rear, performed a pass-through under green after a lug nut violation during inspection, and they got a piece of that big wreck. They're still in it, 6th position.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about 2 guys from California that have been through a little bit of everything today and had good comebacks. Kim talks about the penalty for Jesse Love, but what about the guy riding 8th right now, and that being, well, we'll get to Corey Day in a moment. First, the 91 Jesse Awuji, turn 2.
They got into the barrier pretty decent here.
Yeah, but so I stopped there yesterday. He did not have to throw a caution. If he can get that, you can actually get off the track right there.
Yeah, it just pulls it forward.
Yeah, I don't know if he's stuck under the barrier. I can tell you who doesn't want to see a caution. That's our leader, Carson Quapple, because he finally put together a really good lap that last time by and has built himself just a little bit of a gap, about a second over Gray. I think Awuji might be able to get that out.
Yeah, hey, we got him in our map here. And one of our other monitors that we have for support in the booth showing, there he goes.
Yep.
But a lot of damage.
He's going to have
some debris coming off.
Oh, yeah. I think that's
the fender.
It is the whole fender.
The whole thing is peeled off. You can see how these composite bodies are put together.
See,
they're in pieces.
Yeah, maybe you can get back around, though, without that all flying off.
Well, there's spotters right down there in that area, too. And they have to have a good visual on some of that debris that came off to, you know, alert their driver when they're coming through there.
Look at Corey Day's car.
He got by Harrison Burton there. Shout out to Harrison Burton as the caution came out.
Look
there
at
it
that
is,
car.
for debris.
Oh, my God. I was going to say that Harrison Burton there is on far older tires than everyone almost around him. What a great run for him and Sam Hunt to be in the top 10. That is not what Carson Quapple wanted to see.
Not at all.
Just building that lead.
Oh, I mean,
oh boy,
not even close.
Come from a ways back.
He was going the wrong direction when he came into our screen.
We started spinning a lot earlier than that.
Wow. I think that was off the ski jump. See, that's the debris that we probably have the caution thrown for right here.
I think it was that and a bit more that started to come apart, larger amounts of debris.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That tire is probably going to come apart eventually.
We lost the whole fender, so I believe that was the reason for the caution. It's sitting somewhere there between turn 5 and 6. That little piece, I think they would have let it. It was offline, could have gotten away with a little bit, but that larger fender,
when you
can't do that.
You know, you look 10 to go in the bottom left-hand corner, you feel like it's over.
Yeah.
We're only 25 minutes from it being over. We have a long ways to go in this race.
Probably going to get a restart with 8 laps to go.
In the armed forces, you need to have endurance and determination.
That's right.
It's the same thing if you're going to come race at the Coronado Naval Base. You need to have serious endurance.
Well, we're over 4 hours in, you know.
Yeah,
that's a long road race.
Well, and yesterday's truck race, the longest ever. So we're breaking records this weekend. Let's go downstairs.
And let's talk about Harrison Burton in that 8th position. They did not take tires the last 2 stops on lap 35 and 42. That was strictly a gamble by crew chief Brian Gainey. Did not think they needed tires and wanted to save themselves a set. So they have a set of sticker tires laying. They plan to bring Harrison down, put those on, also make an adjustment to give him a little bit more lateral. But that was a big risk keeping him out on old tires, but now maybe paying off a little bit. We'll see what he can do with fresh stickers when they come down.
Yeah, I mean, we're showing 25 cars on the lead lap, and probably going to be about 8 laps to go when we return to the green flag.
You know, the guy that this benefits the most is Sheldon Creed. We saw him lose all that track position on pit road, being held up by, you know, another car trying to get into their pit stall, and he was a ways back when the caution came out, 7 or 8 seconds back. But he's now going to line up right behind the leaders. And he's an aggressive driver, really good road racer as well. Just think as we look at those top 4, all those guys with cars capable of winning. I think Carson does have the best car. But look, you are vulnerable on these restarts in these heavy braking zones.
I just go back to what Kim said. Friends and family here. He's 40 minutes from home, Alpine, California. And what a victory would mean for Sheldon Creed to get it done in the first ever race at Naval Base Coronado for the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series.
And he made a new friend under the red flag.
That's right.
He did, yeah. Who's in jail right now. Yeah, exactly. Send him a card, maybe a phone call.
I mean, you use the winning check for bail money, right?
That's right.
Caution number 8 for the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series racing here in Southern California. Carson Quapple, the race leader, in front of Gray, Hill, Creed, and Sammy Smith. It's officially the West Coast swing for the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series today, Southern California. Next week, we're in wine country. Fourth and final road course race of the year. Our coverage on CW 4:30 Eastern Time.
What a treat. We have probably the most scenic race we've ever had here on the Naval Base to probably the most picturesque race in all of NASCAR up in Sonoma. It's an awesome swing.
I'm just hoping this one's over by the time that one starts.
Well, we're going to still be running here by the time we're supposed to start that one.
It's a battle of beautiful scenes, right? Yes. I mean, Sonoma, San Diego, we've got it all. Let's go down to Dillon.
And let's catch up with Jason Ratcliffe, who calls the shots for Taylor Gray. Okay, what's it going to take the lead back from the one and hold on to it?
Well, I think our car, it seems to hold on pretty good. If he's taking care of the rear tires, I think we'll have something for him at the end. He's done a nice job all day working through the strategy, and obviously it put us in the position we're in right now. So he knows what he has. I think he's just keeping him in sight and have something for him at the end.
Never know. Kim?
Well, Dylan talked about Harrison Burton coming down for that pit stop. He was one of the guys running the top 10, but Sammy Smith, also a driver that was running in the top 10 before that caution. They came down as well, put sticker tires on. So I walked down to talk with crew chief Corey Shea. He was down off the box and he said, look, we weren't going to win outright, so wanted to put stickers on it, but he did kind of shrug in disappointment and said, man, I thought more guys were going to come with us. So now they are pretty buried with those fresh tires.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy how many guys we still have on the lead lap in this race. So, we talk about the strategy to come down there. You get the tires, but just, you're not going to, I know 8 laps here is a very long time, but you're just going to have to pass so many cars. Who knows what the attrition rate will be the rest of the way, but hard to make it pay off.
Well, it's hard to go a lap down here. You have to really work at it.
That's
to be
a good point.
You got to be stopped for a long period of time or way behind the field. So naturally, you're just going to have so many cars on the lead lap.
Well, we did crash half the field on one caution. You know what I mean?
Wreck.
23 guys involved in that one. Corey Day going to restart 6th here. At least that's where he was prior to the choose. Just incredible.
Look at that car.
What a weekend.
Splitters all bent under. Plenty of bear bond on it.
He had a pothole in his grill, lap 1. Carson Kvapil in charge. He's on the front row with Taylor Gray. Restart, 8 laps remaining.
Carson got a big jump on Sheldon Creed. You see how far back Sheldon was. Clears Taylor Gray. Massive jump by Carson Kvapil.
Sheldon's going to send it, though, on the inside right here.
Austin Hill got defensive.
Wow, they all single file out. Turn 2 right there. The leaders.
Patrick Staropoli fighting for a spot inside the top 5.
Sammy Smith, you see, he tried to fill that hole. Oh, as Jones is around.
Jones in a backup after crashing his primary yesterday in practice.
That debris you saw on the track, that's just a piece of tape. I believe there'll be any caution for that. As you see Carson Kvapil, our leader. Nice little lead right here. Won't have to defend down into this next heavy braking zone.
Corey Day was looking the inside there of Staropoli. See if he has a run down into 6.
I have to think Corey Day's car drives terrible at anything over about 80 miles an hour. See a look right here, Sammy Smith trying to get to the inside. Jones is 3 wide, a little bit of contact from Austin Green.
That's more cars that can fit in that corner. That's how you equally Brendan Jones spinning around.
Yeah, and being on the outside gives you a little momentum and kind of being in the preferred position for the next corner, but
10 pounds in a 5-pound bag right there.
It was a funnel.
Alex LeBay in the 0.
Yeah, and has he pulled around the tire barriers at
the end of the straightaway there?
Yeah, it looks like he has. So I think
he pulled
completely out of the, he's safe. There won't be a caution for that. Austin Hill all over the back. Taylor Gray right here. So hard to stay close to these guys through this section because it's fast. The concrete has just minimal grip. As you see, he just can't stay tucked up tight enough. This is a heavy braking zone coming up, which is a great passing zone. As you see, he's able to close in a little bit right here, but just so hard to stay close to that last section.
You really want to try and size him up, stay close here to the final corner, try and have positive momentum out of the first corner and then be able to outbrake them down into turn 2.
7 laps to go.
And Carson Kvapil ran 1.2 seconds faster than Taylor Gray did the last time by, just setting a blistering pace. It's actually the fastest lap of the race, possibly, that last time by.
Just a 10th off. Just a 10th off the fastest lap of the race, which he holds right now at a 2:16.0. So he has a lot of pace in that one car. I'd be curious if Austin Hill could get by Taylor Gray, if he has something left to go up there and challenge Carson Kvapil.
Well, if it wasn't for the pace that Carson was setting right now, I would agree with you, but he just keeps getting faster as this race runs on. It looks to me like Taylor Gray is actually holding these guys up a little bit. Normally when you see 2 or 3 of them lined up behind you.
That's what I was thinking a little bit, you know, just being in that hotter air behind him. Can Austin find move here? Not quite close enough. Into 6.
Almost going to have to surprise him a little bit like we saw Carson do earlier in this next set of corners coming up. You have to stay way to the left to get the right entry point right here. Shoot to the right and try to fill this gap. He just can't get to the throttle. Not much wheel spin out of that corner. But you saw Taylor Gray able to out-accelerate Austin Hill.
Yeah, one of the things is when you're not quite good enough in the slower sections back to throttle compared to the car you're trying to get by, it's just like you're better in the wrong sections for making a pass. Can be really frustrating. It almost looks like Austin Hill might have that scenario right now. He's really good in the final chicane, good through here, but just those aren't the right places to make a pass.
Well, the good news for Carson Kvapil, you're out front with the pace he's been able to set, is you get there, you only have to run like at 90%, which makes you less vulnerable to making mistakes or getting in trouble in those braking zones. We'll see as they're getting ready to cross the start-finish line right now exactly what kind of pace he's able to set.
And I look back at 7th right now. Parker Retzloff
ran
out of fuel in the lead and has come back to being just outside the top 5.
Well, and Austin Green had a tire go down. He's inside the top 10. And with 6 laps to go, Carson Kvapil trying to run down the fastest lap. Brought to you by Tableau TV.
Corey got to the inside of Starpoli right there, but Austin Green ships it to the inside. Can he get it slowed down?
That was an aggressive move.
I can't believe Corey didn't get into the outside wall right there. Austin's going to try a little bit of an over-under right here, see if he can get him set up for turn 4. Sammy Smith with a front row seat for all
this. Look out, Brennan Poole. Well, he's got damage too.
He does. Hopefully that bumper cover will stay on until he can get around, get back to the pits.
You know who's really rooting for it?
Carson Kvapil. Yeah.
No more cautions.
See, Austin Green's able to get by Corey Day. Not surprised. I got to think. Oh, they get by Starpoli. I'm sorry.
You know, there's some drivers, not just Carson Kvapil, who are hoping this race also goes green to the end right now. I've been in these race cars for a very long time.
Right.
They are pretty tired and wore out. This is the most physical form of racing we do in NASCAR. Here's Brennan Poole.
Probably just a wheel hop right there, getting into the corner.
Just late in the race, you start to lose brake pad material. The pedal gets longer. It gets more difficult to stop wheel hop once it starts. You know, we talk about how long these cars have been out there. They've just been under so much abuse.
So we get a look here of Carson Kvapil out front, selling that pace he had. Last time by, he ran about 0.6 slower than he did the previous lap, and Taylor Gray was able to respond with a really good lap. Taylor was about 0.3 quicker. You see another one of those Joe Gibbs Toyotas with some debris on the grill. Not quite as bad as we saw earlier with Brent Cruz.
Yeah, seen it a couple of times today. 5 to go for Carson Kvapil. 4 runner-up finishes. Been close so many times. I thought he was going to win in his second career start at Dover. Let's think about how close he was there. Yeah. And you're like a star is born. And he was unable to finish that one. And it's so hard to get over the hump. But here he is today and pressing with 5 remaining.
We say 5, but it feels like an eternity around this place.
That's right. We're not at Dover today.
No, 16 turns.
I mean, it just takes something as simple as what we saw with Brennan Poole, right? I mean, one guy wheel hops if some debris gets on the track, we get another caution, and that lines up those restarts, which we know are chaotic.
And
Poole did get back.
If you just go a little bit offline right now, this late in the race, more green flag runs that we've had, there's debris outside the line, marbles. You'll pay a big price for any small mistake.
So last time by, Taylor Gray ran a little slower. Quapple was able to respond with a quicker lap, but as we just sit here and watch, it just looks to me like the 54 has made up a ton of ground in this first section of the racetrack.
And I've actually felt like Sheldon Creed has looked a lot stronger than Austin Hill, almost like Austin's holding him up a little bit. If he could break past Austin Hill, could he catch these two?
Look at those last 3 lap times on the left. I mentioned Carson running that incredibly fast lap. You see on lap 53, and then Gray kind of responds at 54, and then Carson responds again the next lap. Just trading it back and forth. But I think a lot of that is Carson just managing his race right here. And it's such a fine line with trying to back up those entries and then be able to roll enough speed through the middle of the corner. I think the 1 car's got a little bit in reserve if he needs it right here.
You know, it's pretty cool, and you touched on this earlier, Jamie, but you love problems for Jeb Burton.
Oof. Oh, that's turn 12.
Now, I didn't move the tire barrier too much.
No, I don't think that. I think
they'll
we're going to be
fine.
safe there, yeah.
It's still within its painted lines.
If anything, it's a little better.
Yeah, it's be a little easier. Would have preferred it being there yesterday.
Yeah. Oh, and I think he actually got run wide, maybe by a car. Take a look at this right here. It's Patterson inside of him, gets loose on entry. Nowhere for Jeb to go. That's a teammate, actually, I believe.
That'll be an interesting discussion.
Yeah.
Didn't really leave him an option here.
Yeah, and I think Jeb was going to let him go right there. You hear him getting on the brakes. Just can't get stopped, gets into that barrier. He's going to be frustrated with that.
Look at this.
Oh, he's close now.
Taylor Gray's right there.
Wow. That's all getting made up in turn 1. We saw that last time by. And he's almost run a little tidier line, too, around turn 3. Get a good look right here. This is a fast corner. A rolling, looks like the 1 car gets away a little bit right there.
These two have driven away from Austin Hill and Sheldon Creed just in the last lap, putting a major distance between them.
I know we showed those lap times. This last time by, though, Taylor Gray almost a half second faster, and it just looks to me like where the 1 was so good earlier in those braking zones, it now looks like the 54 has the advantage. You got to wonder, is the handling going away on that 1 car?
I think back to Mexico last year when Taylor Gray was running down Daniel Suarez late in that race and got so close in the final corners. He's shown good road course racing prowess. That debris that was on the grill opening just went away right there because he got close enough to Carson Quapple to disrupt the air.
Those guys got to look now at that turn 12 of those barriers being back. That's going to change their process on the entry and how far you can drive into that corner. It just looks to me like the 1 can't put the power down on the exit of the corners. Go through this fast section again and just see he gets a little bit farther to the left there, which sets him up better through this.
Look at Gray closing the chicane there.
Yeah, not quite as much though as we saw earlier. It looks to me like the big advantage. Oh, as Raj is around as well. But the big advantage for the 54, I think, all happens from right here, the start-finish line, through turn 1. See what he can do right here. Look fairly even right there.
And I think the key for Carson Quapple right now.
Ooh, look at that.
Wow.
Big gain down there into turn 2.
The big thing is you just can't reference off the mirror too much right now, especially with the way they condense in the braking zones. Here's a look back what happened to Raja.
Oh,
Jamie Clements.
A little bit of help right there.
An assist. Yeah. Clements now the all-time starts leader, riding 16th. Start 5:48 today.
Wow, Taylor Gray just got a massive run on Carson Quapple right there out of turn 4. It's like Carson was parked it in the center of the corner.
But similar to what you mentioned earlier, Carson's quick in a couple of areas where it makes it very difficult for him to pass.
He's going to be under threat right here, though, in this braking zone into 6. Yep, there goes Taylor Gray. not quite close enough. But he's sending a message. Like I said, you don't want to be looking in the mirror. Don't be referencing off that. Focus ahead. Your spotters will tell you if he's closer or not. But you got to do your best to not let him get in your head and look too much when he does those peeks to the inside.
Carson's going to go into full defense mode right here. He knows that the 54 has a better car. He opened up his entry a little bit there. We're going to get to that section where we know the tire. Oh, he's going to get to his inside right here.
Here's Taylor Gray looking to make a move. Quapple muscling up against him. Battle for the lead. Inside of 3 laps to go.
And this is the same place we saw Jeb Burton and his teammate have that contact.
This is so tight. Oh, more contact.
There goes Quapple. Gray got him. Hill goes by and Creed goes by.
And Austin Hill is there now. I was thinking if these two would race tightly, those Sheldon Creed and Austin Hill would be there. Oh, Carson Quapple is going to be really upset with that. It was a very aggressive move. It's still 3 laps to go. That's a massive amount of racing.
Well, look at Hill now. I mean, Hill's right in the game.
Well, the 54 got really loose on entry right there, under braking. Taylor needs to have a couple of good corners here and see if he can just get a little bit of a gap on Austin Hill, but you got to wonder how much car did he use up trying to get by. So we get a replay right here as these two side by side. Track is extremely bumpy and rough as they approach this corner. It's almost like a tabletop.
And Carson gave him all the room and some. I mean, Taylor came all the way out, and usually when you're in the position Taylor Gray is, you shortcut that corner, you shallow at the entry, and you turn left. I mean, Carson
gave him plenty of
everything.
Right there.
Yeah, no, that's fully on Taylor, just chasing him to the right, and really, I'm not sure why he even went out that far. You had the positioning, you had the real estate and the leverage on the inside.
It looks so easy to overdrive when you're the leader. Everybody we've seen behind has had just a tidier corner. Austin Hill did exactly to Taylor Gray what Taylor Gray did to Carson Quapple earlier out of exit 3 right there.
Well, and think about it. We raced on this yesterday. There is references, but there's not a lot. They change through the day as the grip level changes. Right now, you have the sun setting. Yesterday in the truck race, it was impossible to see until you got around that corner there into the turn 6 braking zone. The sun was right in your eyes. There's a ton of dust and sand on this racetrack. You see that sun right now. That means that the windscreens are pitted. It's hard to see out of them. Late in the race, there's shadows, so it's just hard to know where your braking points and such are.
Yeah, and as we ride on board, you see how he's got a little wider entry? That allows you to get a little better drive, get a little bit of a crossover, get a straighter exit, puts you in a better position. Taylor Gray gets a great exit right there. We're going to approach this same section where he was able to get by Carson a lap earlier. Just watch him, see what he's able to do right here. Austin's went really wide here all day long, and it allows him to get a very good drive, very good exit right here.
Look at that.
Very good exit. Let's see what he does right here through this faster section. He's going to try to open up his entry on this next right-hander, see if he can get a little further to the left, which he does. It's going to let him get a straighter shot through here. Possibly, no, Taylor does a good job putting the power down on the exit there.
That's where Taylor's been really strong, but this is where Austin's been really strong. Down this final chicane braking zone, might even give him, give him a tap there, but he got close enough. If he did, it would be just to get in his head a little bit. You can't really get a pass done right there. But now it's about, as we get the white flag.
1 lap to go, sponsored by Credit One Bank. Taylor Gray leads Austin Hill.
If Austin Hill gets that close to Taylor Gray in that chicane on this lap, it'll be a different story.
Well, he's going to be there maybe before then. Look how close he is down into turn 2. This could set up for a major run.
Taylor's got to keep his head down. Don't drive out of the mirror too much in these braking zones.
Austin
Hill's there. There's going to be contact.
Austin Hill inside of Taylor Gray. 21 on point. Final lap.
He better get away, because I can tell you right now, the 54
isn't going to appreciate that one.
Absolutely. Taylor's got to get a good exit off this corner, but he's a little weak on entry. Austin Hill maybe has a little bit left in the tank.
Yeah, Taylor didn't get the best exit right there. Went a bit wide. But we saw how good Taylor was in the upcoming section.
Well, that gives Austin Hill a little bit of, he missed the corner right here, the 54.
Oh, he's trying
so hard to get back to his bumper.
The gap is opened up.
Yeah, that gives Austin Hill exactly what he needs right here. Not to overdrive this section of the track. Lets him get a really good entry now to this next right-hander, so he gets a good drive off. Great position for the 21.
Austin Hill's got 16 top 5s at road courses, has never found victory lane. Could this be the day? It looked unlikely just a couple laps ago, but he has come alive at the right time.
Closing on our nation's 250th birthday. A red, white, and blue paint scheme out front. And we're racing at Naval Base Coronado. Austin Hill trying to bring it home for Richard Childress Racing.
This sets up perfectly a large gap to this final chicane, heading to a part that he was so strong in. Perfect position.
He's won at every kind of track, but he's never done it on a road course. Trying to check the box today. Through the chicane, all clean to turn 16. Austin Hill gets it done in dramatic fashion. It's Hill winning at Naval Base Coronado.
Wait, do it, boys. Let's do it. Woo!
th career victory.
250th anniversary.
16th career victory for Austin Hill, and he celebrates as the victor in the United Rentals Driven to Serve 250.
I love hearing Richard Childress right there. I don't know that there's anyone more patriotic for this country than Richard Childress.
So and cool. I think about that. First win for RCR since we lost Kyle Busch.
That's so cool to see.
That's a 2-team and the 21.
I don't know if Austin Hill's gonna have any tires left by the time he gets back
you
here.
heard the emotion on the radio there from him.
And you could see it.
You could see
right?
it
like,
because he has been so close before at these road courses, and I think it really was burning at him that he hadn't found victory lane. Finally get it done. It's such a big weekend. A history-making weekend.
Get a great look here at Austin Hill getting by Taylor Gray. See a late move into the corner. Just slight contact. Hard racing right there. Of course, you're upset if you're the 54, but Austin Hill does a great job right there.
I don't think there's anything overly aggressive right there in any way. And Taylor obviously turned in at that moment, trying to protect this, hoping he didn't get there. That's just final lap, going for it.
Well, that's a team win, right? Because he was involved in the crash. I mean, we knew he had a great car, but you get some damage. Chad Haney manages the afternoon for this race team, puts him in position. By the way, Carson Quapple ends up 4th. And now the celebration around number 8 that's painted on the track.
Be proud.
Could be a summertime heater for Austin Hill. I mean, we're racing on the road again next week. You think about how good he is on the 1.5 miles. We go to Chicago, then we go to the draft.
He's done
a couple
right
of
now.
times before we end the regular season.
we got a big issue here. We're on the opposite side of a 3.4 mile course. Turn 10.
I'm stuck. Give me a push.
You better tell Kim and Dylan to get in the truck. They got a ways to go to do the interview.
Well, if we thought this race couldn't be extended in the broadcast any further,
we'll go ahead and extend it a little bit more.
We'll extend it here, waiting for talk to Austin Hill.
2 JRM Chevys inside the top 5, but their win streak on road courses ends at 11. Chevy extends the win streak on the road to 18, courtesy of Austin Hill. who gets his second win of 2026. I love the emotion. It never gets old. And he does it with a last lap pass at Taylor Gray. Post-race reaction on the way.